Chapter 17:17. Rumble. Along with the terrifying attacks, heaven and earth shook violently. Many phantoms appeared. There were ancient demonic beast phantoms and human phantoms. They roared like thunder and dazzled with radiance. An ancient flood dragon phantom pounced towards Mo Tianxiao. Its terrifying power was definitely not inferior to Mo Tianxiao's full strength. Sensing the terrifying aura of the flood dragon phantom, Mo Tianxiao immediately activated the heavenly wolf's true form and used the supreme power to fight it. There was a middle-aged phantom with a huge blade in his hand. He pounced towards Thunderhawk King. His terrifying aura was definitely not inferior to Thunderhawk King at his peak. There was a phantom of a woman who used a primordial spirit attack to attack Meng King. Her terrifying aura was definitely not inferior to Meng King at his peak. Du Xiaofu was fighting against an old phantom with white hair and a white beard. He looked like a transcendent being. His long robe fluttered in the wind, and he emitted an ancient aura. This illusory figure of the old man had traversed through time and space, and appeared at this place to fight against Du Xiaofu. That terrifying strength of his was way too frightening. Du Xiaofu had never seen those frightening techniques of his before. Rumble. Suddenly, the void boiled with dazzling runes. Du Xiaofu attacked with all his might. Lightning martial vein, star energy, purple flame demonic phoenix's beast energy, violent dragon ninth heaven's power that temporarily increased his cultivation, nirvana power of grand supremacy, and golden winged rock's beast energy. However, the old phantom was too strong. No matter how hard Du Xiaofu tried, he could still resist and counterattack. Extreme Yin Seal, Minor Yang Seal, Minor Yin Seal. Du Xiaofu made his move. 3 seals overlapped, and the mysterious 4 images seal was launched. It collided with the strange old man's attack. Bang! The void exploded. The energy seemed to be destructive. It spread out in all directions and destroyed a large area of space. Pucci, under that terrifying energy, Du Xiaofu's body was directly sent flying. With the support of the immortal Xian body and the golden-winged rock race's body refinement technique, he couldn't help but vomit blood at this moment. So strong. Du Xiaofu's eyes revealed some fear. He had already used all his strength, including the nirvana strength of the sovereign. However, he was still unable to deal with the old man's shadow. The peak of the nirvana realm. Du Xiaofu could clearly sense that although the old man did not have the symbol of 9 divine rings, he was definitely a nirvana stage grand sovereign. Moreover, he was at the nirvana stage. Not only that, he was at the peak of the nirvana stage. When Du Xiaofu scanned his surroundings with his mind, he noticed that the illusory flood dragon attacking Mo Tianxiao was definitely a nirvana supremacy. Its cultivation base was also at the peak of the nirvana supremacy realm. On the other hand, the male and female silhouettes that attacked Thunderhawk King and Meng King had lower cultivation levels, but they were still terrifying. Both of them were supreme nirvanas and were at the peak of the true self realm. Aolo, the Sky Wolf roared as azure runes blossomed. The Sky Wolf clan's beast energy was fully activated, and they were locked in a stalemate with the illusory flood dragon. However, they were still unable to gain the upper hand. Meng King and Thunderhawk King had already activated their main bodies and used the nirvana supremacy realm. However, they were still suppressed and were in a sorry state. Damn it! We can't use treasures here. We can only use our physical strength. Suddenly, Thunderhawk King cursed. As the king of ancient demonic beasts in the divine domain, he had collected quite a lot of treasures. His weapon was definitely a saint artifact. However, at this moment, Thunderhawk King realized that when facing the attack of the illusory figure, the other party could use treasures, but he could only use his physical strength. Me too. We can't use treasures. There are restrictions here. Meng King was also shocked. She was in the same situation. She could only use the power of the Meng bird, and couldn't use her treasures. Boom. In an instant, the white beard of the illusory old man fluttered as he rapidly attacked Du Xiaofu again. Every move he made shattered the void. Fight. It was just an illusory figure at the Nirvana realm. It was also a Nirvana supremacy realm expert. Du Xiaofu's desire to fight was aroused. Rumble. Du Xiaofu activated the 8 trigrams diagram and a vision filled the sky. Du Xiaofu's lightning martial vein and golden-winged rock fused into the purple-gold thunder rock. It flapped its wings and fought with the illusory old man. The illusory old man did not say anything and was expressionless. However, his frightening strength made it difficult for Du Xiaofu to suppress him even when he activated the 8 trigrams diagram. Although he was clearly affected, it was not something that Du Xiaofu could truly suppress. PFFF. A moment later, Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King vomited blood at the same time. Their huge bodies were sent flying and landed on the ground. They suffered heavy injuries and their bodies were already drenched in blood. It was difficult for them to defend against the attacks of their respective opponent. Retreat. Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King were no match for the illusory old man. They immediately retreated and escaped out of the light screen. The two illusory figures stared at Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King. They didn't chase after them. After Mia Meng King and Thunderhawk King retreated out of the light screen, the two illusory figures also disappeared into the void. This miraculous scene stunned Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King, but they soon heaved a sigh of relief. PFFF. Mo Tianxiao's main body was also vomiting blood at this moment. However, he was still fighting with the illusory flood dragon. Not long after, Mo Tianxiao was severely injured by the illusory flood dragon again. The resplendent runes on his body had already dimmed and his body was cracked. Bang! A moment later, Mo Tianxiao was no match for the illusory flood dragon. His heavenly wolf body was heavily hammered to the ground. His body was drenched in blood as he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His consciousness also noticed that Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King wouldn't be attacked again after they retreated. Mo Tianxiao clenched his teeth. When the illusory flood dragon was about to continue its attack, Mo Tianxiao also retreated out of the light screen in a sorry state. Aolo, the illusory flood dragon roared. Soon after, the huge resplendent illusory flood dragon also strangely disappeared into the void. It also didn't have any intention of attacking Du Xiaofu. The light screen was resplendent but very transparent. Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King could still clearly see the battle between Du Xiaofu and the old man's illusory figure through the light screen. Roar, rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as the wind and clouds surged. Du Xiaofu even activated his primordial spirit Scarlet Horse Monkey. Together with the 8 trigrams diagram, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. What a strange pulse soul, Thunderhawk King said. It was very strange. He had never seen Du Xiaofu's pulse soul that contained such a terrifying aura. It doesn't seem like a pulse soul. It seems like a primordial spirit, Mia Meng King said. She felt that the Scarlet Horse Monkey was more like Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. No matter how strong the primordial spirit is, it can't leave the body for too long. Once the primordial spirit takes form and is blocked by someone, when it encounters danger, it won't even have the chance to self-destruct. It's not like the primordial spirit. Thunderhawk King suspected that the primordial spirit of a human cultivator was like the beast soul of a beast clan. At their level of cultivation, it wasn't impossible for the beast soul to leave the body for a while. But once they encountered danger and the beast soul was injured, it would undoubtedly be an irreversible outcome. Moreover, in a battle with an opponent, once it reached the final moment, if the opponent's cultivation was only slightly stronger than his, even if he wasn't a match for the opponent would still have to be wary of the price he would have to pay if he self-destructed. But no matter if it was a human cultivator or a beast clan, The power formed from self-destruction was the combination of the profound chi contained in the body and the primordial spirit-beast soul. Only by using their life as the price could they erupt with a terrifying power that was even stronger than when they were at their peak. And if the primordial spirit or beast soul left the body, once the primordial spirit and beast soul were blocked by someone, they wouldn't even have the chance to self-destruct. Moreover, if the opponent was stronger than him, activating the beast soul and primordial spirit would be useless. The opponent also had primordial spirit and beast soul. The aura of a peak Nirvana realm grand exalted Nirvana realm expert. Mo Tianxiao withdrew his main body, consumed medicinal pills and spirit herbs, and looked at the shadow old man that was fighting intensely with Du Xiaofu on the screen of light, and his eyes trembled. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds rang out from the 8 trigrams diagram, and the roars of beasts were like thunder. The aftermath of the terrifying power that swept out had long since collapsed and drowned the surroundings. After an entire hour, Du Xiaofu spat out blood again. The 8 trigrams diagram was unable to suppress the shadow old man. His purple robe was torn, his hair was disheveled, and some of the golden blood stains in his mouth were stained. Why is it that only the opponents he encounters are the strongest? Thunderhawk King sighed. It was very obvious that the opponents Du Xiaofu encountered were stronger than the Flood Dragon Phantom that Mo Tianxiao encountered, and the opponents they encountered. Bang! Du Xiaofu was injured again. His 9 divine rings dimmed, and the 8 trigrams diagram flickered, appearing chaotic. However, the shadow old man didn't stop at all. He continued to attack, and mysterious runes bloomed. Multicolored light filled the air, destroying the void and enveloping Du Xiaofu. Retreat! Du Xiaofu clenched his teeth, and the great pink golden wings on his back flapped, and he escaped from the light screen in a flash. The shadow old man's terrifying attack suddenly vanished, and the shadow old man's figure also disappeared in the void. Du Xiaofu's mouth was stained with blood, and there were traces of cracks on his body. His complexion was pale, and his eyes were still fixed on the light screen. "How are you?" Miameng King stepped forward and asked Du Xiaofu. It wasn't a polite question, but because Du Xiaofu had protected them many times along the way. This was her true gratitude. "I'm fine." Du Xiaofu's mouth curved into a bitter smile, and he stuffed quite a few spiritual herbs into his mouth. Under the undying Xian body, the cracks on his body healed under Thunderhawk King's and Miameng King's surprised gazes. It was just that his clothes were tattered, and he appeared to be in a very sorry state. However, in the eyes of Miameng King, Thunderhawk King, and Mo Tianxiao, this was definitely not a sorry state, but a kind of absolute ferocity. The 3 of them clearly knew that if they encountered the shadow old man, the consequences would be unimaginable. This place is too strange. What exactly is inside? Thunderhawk King stared at the light screen, but didn't dare to enter again. Just now, he had escaped from death, and he almost couldn't escape. "I don't know." Du Xiaofu shook his head, looked at the light screen, and said, "But no matter what it is, I'm afraid we will only know after destroying those shadows. Those shadows are too strong. We are not a match for them." Thunderhawk King sighed. "I think someone must have deliberately set this up. If we want to know everything inside, we have to destroy those shadows." Du Xiaofu said. "Those shadows don't even have the power of the souls, but they are already so terrifying. I wonder how strong the person who set this up is?" Mo Tianxiao said and exclaimed. Du Xiaofu smiled. "This place was set up by the Dragon God and the Lord of the 3,000 Great World. It would be strange if it wasn't strong." "Look, what is that?" Suddenly, Miameng King looked into the distance and exclaimed, as if he had made a huge discovery. Chapter 17-18. Following the Miameng monarch's gaze, Du Xiaofu, Mo Tianxiao, and the Thunder Eagle King looked over. They vaguely saw several figures seated cross-legged on a large patch of messy rocks to the side. "There are people," Azure light flickered in Mo Tianxiao's eyes as he probed with his mind. He said, "There are no signs of life. They seem to have passed away." Du Xiaofu did not find any signs of life, either. He cautiously moved over. It was a messy patch of rocks. On a few flat rocks there were 3 figures sitting cross-legged. When Du Xiaofu and the other 3 approached, they realized that the 3 figures had already turned into skeletons. Their clothes were tattered, and even their universe bags were gone. It was unknown how many years had passed since these 3 skeletons died. However, the skeletons were still glowing. Even with the passage of time, they still gave off a crystalline radiance, giving off a horrifying and surging prime aura. Nirvana Supremes. Mo Tianxiao's voice trembled. He clearly sensed a startling prime aura from the 3 skeletons. Even if a Nirvana Supremes passed away, their skeletons still possessed the might of a prime, inviolable. They all passed away in meditation. Maybe they were also people who accidentally broke through the illusionary realm and entered this place. Nirvana Paragons also passed away in meditation. Were they trapped here? When the Mie Meng monarch saw that there were people who passed away here, his heart immediately turned grave. They passed away at different times. After the Thunderhawk King investigated, he came to a conclusion. The first skeleton was the oldest, and the radiance on the skeleton was slightly dimmer. Next was the second skeleton, and finally the third skeleton, and there was even some dried skin on its body. Strictly speaking, this third skeleton still had flesh and skin connected. However, its eyes were tightly shut, its clothes were tattered, and its hair was messy. There are no signs of life. These 3 people should have entered this place one after another. However, in the end, Du Wufa destroyed the illusory figure in the light screen and could only pass away. Mo Tianxiao came to a conclusion about the 3 skeletons. At this moment, he felt somewhat desolate. The Nirvana Supremes of the past also died here. Their fates were easy to imagine. It looks like after exiting the illusion, this is another desperate situation. Death Canyon is a place where one can enter but not exit. No one can leave. The Thunderhawk King sighed. There wasn't much time left, and this was the last time the divine domain was destroyed. No matter how unwilling Wu Luan was, he couldn't change the result. You were all supreme geniuses when you were alive. You should be buried in peace. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything. He bowed to the 3 skeletons and then blasted out 3 huge pits at the side, burying the 3 skeletons in the pits. This could be considered as a form of respect for the supreme genius. The skeleton of a Nirvana sovereign was definitely a treasure. Even if it was just a few skeletal puppets refined according to the heavenly spirit record, they would still be priceless. However, Du Xiaofu did not do so. The fact that the 3 of them were able to break through the illusion and enter this place proved that they were extraordinary. Even if they died now, they should be buried with dignity. I respect you all. However, your cosmos pouches are of no use to me. So, I won't hold back. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and collected a lot of Qiankuan bags from the 3 skeletons. As expected, you have a motive. The Thunderhawk King and Mie Meng King rolled their eyes at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu didn't mind the Thunderhawk King and Mie Meng King's rolling eyes. He said to the 3 of them, "Heal your injuries first. There shouldn't be any danger outside the light screen." Although Mo Tianxiao, the Thunderhawk King, and Mie Meng King's hearts were heavy at this moment, the first thing they had to do was to heal their injuries. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and looked at the dazzling space within the light screen. His gaze was dull for a moment. Then, he closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing to heal his injuries. After more than 20 hours, Du Xiaofu was already fine. His complexion was rosy as he began to open the cosmos pouches on the skeletons of the 3 Nirvana sovereigns. There were restrictions on those cosmos pouches. However, after such a long time, the bodies of the Nirvana sovereigns had already decayed and the power of the restrictions had already weakened. Therefore, Du Xiaofu didn't need to spend too much effort to open them. Within the cosmos pouches, multicolored light soared into the sky. There were martial skills, cultivation techniques, extraordinary secret bones of the Beast Clan, and many high-grade magic tools. In all the cosmos pouches, there were even 4 saint tools that were not inferior to the Void Sacred Halberd. Du Xiaofu's harvest was huge. As expected of the cosmos pouches left behind by the Nirvana sovereigns. However, there wasn't a single elixir or spiritual herb in all the cosmos pouches. This made Du Xiaofu solemn. It wasn't hard to imagine that the 3 Nirvana sovereigns had tried to break through the light screen. Moreover, it wasn't the first time they had tried to break through the light screen. However, in the end, the 3 Nirvana sovereigns at different stages of their cultivation had been severely injured. After exhausting their last elixir and spiritual herb, they knew that they had exhausted their vitality and were powerless to reverse the situation. Is there really no way to break through? Du Xiaofu muttered softly with his brows tightly knitted. The 3 Nirvana sovereigns at different stages of their cultivation hadn't escaped from the calamity. They must have thought of countless methods when they were alive, but they were still unable to escape. Hula Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and Mia Meng King all stopped their breathing to heal their injuries. They exhaled turbid air, and their complexions were still pale. The 3 gazes looked at Du Xiaofu, whose complexion was rosy, and were secretly shocked. They had used the same breathing technique to heal their injuries, but they were only slightly better. However, that fellow seemed to have completely recovered. Is there any way to break free? Mo Tianxiao asked Du Xiaofu. However, he was very clear in his heart that if there was any way, those 3 Nirvana sovereigns wouldn't have turned into skeletons. Du Xiaofu shook his head and looked at the light screen. His gaze was a little sluggish, as if he was pondering. After pondering for a while, Du Xiaofu suddenly said to Thunderhawk King, "Thunderhawk King, go in and try again. However, don't continue fighting. If you can't win, immediately come out. That place is too terrifying. I can't do anything about it." Thunderhawk King had a lingering fear in his heart. The opponent he encountered the last time was still fine, and their strength was similar to his. If he didn't have the injuries from forcefully breaking through 1,000 years ago, he would surely be able to suppress the opponent. However, with his current situation, he was helpless. Moreover, if he were to encounter a flood dragon and expert like Mo Tianxiao and Du Xiaofu, Thunderhawk King knew that he probably wouldn't even have the chance to escape at that time. Thus, he didn't dare to casually enter the light screen. Don't worry. As long as you don't continue fighting and exchange one move, there shouldn't be too much danger. If you want to break through the profundity of this place, you must go in and try. Du Xiaofu said to Thunderhawk King with a serious expression. Thunderhawk King hesitated for a moment and looked at Du Xiaofu. In the end, he clenched his teeth and nodded. I believe you. All right, I'll go in and give it a try. I'll go as well, Mia Meng King said as he wanted to accompany Thunderhawk King in. No need. Thunderhawk King can go alone, Du Xiaofu said to Mia Meng King. Don't worry, I'll surely come out alive. After deciding, Thunderhawk King was very straightforward. As soon as he finished speaking to Mia Meng King, his figure flashed out, and lightning fluctuated as he flashed into the light screen. Aolo, along with the Thunderhawk King flashing in, the roar of a beast came from within the light screen, and a savage demon tiger roared out. The Void Shadow Demon Tiger carried a ferocious might as it glared at Thunderhawk King like a tiger glaring at its prey. Rumble! Thunderhawk King utilized his true form and flapped his wings to carry surging lightning that shattered the space. However, he was directly blasted back by the Demon Tiger with only one move. Coupled with his old injuries not being healed and his new injuries not being healed, blood once again flowed out from Thunderhawk King's mouth, and he was unable to deal with the Void Shadow Demon Tiger. Thunderhawk King remembered what Du Xiaofu told him. Exchanging one move was enough. He didn't continue fighting and immediately seized the opportunity to retreat from the light screen. Peak of Nirvana True Self, Du Xiaofu gazed at the void shadow demon tiger that was slowly disappearing within the light screen. Even through the light screen, he was able to sense that the void shadow demon tiger's strength was at the peak of Nirvana True Self. If Thunderhawk King was at his peak, he should be able to contend with it. Unfortunately, Thunderhawk King had a pile of old and new injuries that greatly affected his strength. You have to give it a try as well, Du Xiaofu said to Emo Tianxiao. Alright. Emo Tianxiao didn't say anything else. As the azure light fluctuated, his figure had already flashed into the light screen. Swish. Swish. Within the space, an illusory middle-aged man that was suffused with light appeared. The long spear in his hand was also like an illusory image, but it was suffused with an abnormally real pressure. The spear light was like a flying dragon that soared into the sky with vast might. Oh! Emo Tianxiao didn't dare to be careless as he utilized the Skywolf's true form, but he was also continuously pushed back. In the end, he was forced to flee from the light screen in a sorry state. The illusory middle-aged man's figure also immediately disappeared under Du Xiaofu's gaze. Peak of Nirvana True Self, just as I expected. Du Xiaofu's gaze lightly raised as the corners of his mouth revealed a slight smile. Chapter 1719. Have you found a way? Emo Tianxiao retreated to Du Xiaofu's side and asked as he looked at Du Xiaofu. It's just a rough guess. The smile on Du Xiaofu's face immediately turned helpless. He said to Emo Tianxiao, Thunder Eagle King and Mia Meng King, if my guess is correct, the phantoms that appear in the light screen are related to our own cultivation. The stronger we are, the stronger our opponents will be. However, they should be the strongest existences in the same realm. Thunder Eagle King and Mia Meng King are at the Nirvana realms, so their opponents should be at the peak of the Nirvana realms. Emo Tianxiao, you are at the Nirvana realms, so your opponents should be at the peak of the Nirvana realms. Whether those phantoms are humans or beasts, they all have the strength closest to the next realm. After pausing for a moment, Du Xiaofu looked at the light screen in front of them and said, Perhaps this is a test. Only by defeating the strongest existences in the same realm and being invincible in the same realm can we pass the test. As for whether we can leave in the end and what is behind the light screen, we will only know if we can defeat the attacks of those phantoms. Emo Tianxiao, Thunder Eagle King and Mia Meng King secretly nodded. They felt that Du Xiaofu's analysis was correct. Invincible in the same realm, however, to become invincible within the same realm, this caused the expressions of the Thunderhawk King and the Mia Meng King to immediately become solemn. From the looks of the injuries on their bodies, it was really too difficult for them to become invincible within the same realm. Not to mention the 3 Nirvana realm sovereigns that had just been buried not far away. They had probably used all their strength when they were alive, but they were still trapped to death in the end. Becoming invincible in the same realm was definitely not an easy task. Being invincible in the same realm is not easy. There is a huge gap between those who have just stepped into the Nirvana realms and those who have reached the peak. Emo Tianxiao said. At their current level of cultivation, there was a huge gap between those who had just stepped into the Nirvana realm and those who had reached the peak. He himself had just stepped into the Nirvana realm not too long ago, so it was not easy for him to become invincible among those at the same level of cultivation. It's not impossible. If we want to get out, this is the only way. Perhaps this is a test. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu did not feel the same way. The heaviness in his heart had turned into a raging battle intent. In the outside world, he had never lost to anyone of the same cultivation level. Even when he faced Moksha, it was a draw. Neither of them had gained an advantage over the other. Right now, facing the test ahead of him, it was not that he did not have a chance. Fight! Du Xiaofu soared through the sky and charged into the screen of light once more. He wanted to verify his guess, and he also wanted to unravel the profundities of this place. If he wanted to escape, then there was only this path now. Otherwise, those three Nirvana exalted realm experts wouldn't have perished in meditation and become skeletons. Roar! Inside the light screen, the talisman characters were resplendent and gorgeous. This time, Du Xiaofu was facing a demonic leopard phantom that was several hundred feet in size and was pressing down like a collapsing mountain. It was as if it was a living creature. Its eyes were suffused with an icy aura that could freeze and shatter the void. Its claws were like blades that could shatter the space and seal everything. This kind of icy power was even more powerful than the icy power on Lian Qingrong's body. Boom! Du Xiaofu made his move. Purple flames surged and talisman characters blossomed. He activated the purple flame demonic phoenix's beast energy and destroyed the icy power. His guess is right. The opponent that appears inside is related to one's strength. The stronger one is, the stronger the phantom opponent that appears inside will be. Looking at the demonic ice leopard phantom that Du Xiaofu was fighting, Thunderhawk King, Miameng King, and even Mo Tian Shao were a little frightened. Although the demonic ice leopard phantom was just a phantom, its strength was incomparably terrifying. However, what truly frightened Thunderhawk King, Miameng King, and Mo Tian Shao was the one who left all of this behind. To be able to set up such a method, how terrifying was that person's strength? It was something that they didn't dare to imagine. Roar! The demonic leopard phantom roared. The sound waves made people's heart tremble. Frost surged, and its aura fluctuated like a vast ocean. It unceasingly pounced on Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu went all out. The 8 trigrams diagram, the golden-winged rock phantom, and the lightning martial vein were all activated to fight against the demonic leopard phantom. Rumble, the space within the light screen was boiling. Runes were resplendent, and abnormal phenomena appeared in the sky. Lightning interweaved, and various terrifying methods filled the sky, causing Thunderhawk King and Miameng King to be inwardly frightened. However, although Du Xiaofu was very strong, Mo Tian Shao, Thunderhawk King, and Miameng King were all worried for Du Xiaofu. That terrifying demonic leopard phantom was too powerful. It was definitely the strongest existence under the reincarnation Nirvana realm. It even had the strength to contend against domain realm expert. Du Xiaofu continued to fight. The 8 trigrams diagram displayed its might and energy swept out. The space was like a wave that spread out. The purple-gold thunder rock flapped its wings, and it was enough to destroy mountains and rivers. However, as the demonic leopard phantom roared, it activated various ancient methods and blocked all of Du Xiaofu's attack. This battle was very terrifying. Du Xiaofu went all out, and his primordial spirit Scarlet Pheasant Monkey was also activated. It was equivalent to 2 against 1. The 4 types of spiritual lightning merged and turned into a thunderstorm that surged and boiled. Electric arcs flooded the space and suppressed the demonic leopard. However, in the end, it was still Du Xiaofu who was defeated. His body was sealed in ice, and he suffered a claw attack from the demonic leopard phantom. A deep cut appeared on his back, and he was dripping with blood. The golden-winged rock on his back was also shattered in several places. He was riddled with scars, and his hair was disheveled. He retreated in a sorry state. Poochie! Within the light screen, the demonic leopard phantom did not chase after him, and it gradually disappeared. However, Du Xiaofu vomited blood outside the light screen, and the light golden blood was suffused with radiance. That demonic leopard phantom is at the peak of the Nirvana realm. It is an invincible existence in the same realm. You have only just stepped into the Nirvana realm. Mo Tian Shao said to Du Xiaofu. He was extremely shocked in his heart. He naturally knew that Du Xiaofu had only broken through before entering the Death Valley. However, his strength was definitely unrivaled in the same realm. It was a pity that the demonic leopard phantom was at the peak of the Nirvana realm. If Du Xiaofu was also at the peak of the Nirvana realm and Mo Tian Xiao was at the same level as him, then this Devil King would be able to suppress that phantom demon leopard and become an invincible existence in the same realm. However, to go from the Nirvana realm to the peak of the Nirvana realm, no matter how talented one was, required a very long process. A few decades was already a miracle and abnormal amount of time. There were even some people who couldn't surpass it in thousands of years. There was no need to mention the talent of those who could reach the Nirvana realm. However, there were also some who couldn't guarantee that they would be stuck at the edge of the Nirvana realm for the rest of their lives. I'll heal my injuries first. Du Xiaofu sat down cross-legged as purple gold lightning surged around his body. His body recovered as he chewed on spirit herbs and began to heal his injuries. A moment later, his body was shrouded in golden light and emitted the domineering aura of a golden rock. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was pondering. He had gone all out in his battle with the demonic leopard phantom. However, he couldn't use any of his treasures, not even the purple lightning profound cauldron. The demonic leopard phantom came from ancient times, and its bloodline had long ceased to exist. It was extremely powerful, and this was the first time he had seen all kinds of beasts. Although I know I will definitely be scolded to death, I still decided to take a day off today. I don't want to stop updating, so I rushed out this chapter. Please forgive me. It's nothing. I just feel that it's better to have a short pain than a long pain, so I asked for a day off to adjust. If no one agrees, then I'll act first and report later. Chapter 1720. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Du Xiaofu was immersed in comprehending what he had gained and what he lacked in the battle. He was comprehending the lightning profundity, the golden-winged rock's beast energy, and the 8 trigrams profundity. His injuries were slowly recovering. All kinds of talisman runes were lingering around Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu was comprehending everything. His body was suffused with all kinds of profundity auras. The resplendent talisman runes turned into strands of light and condensed together like a light screen, enveloping Du Xiaofu and lingering around his body. An enormous pressure filled the air, causing Thunderhawk King, Miameng King, and Mo Tianzhao's expressions to change. He seems to be comprehending something. He has gained a lot in the battle. Thunderhawk King was surprised. He could feel that after the battle, Du Xiaofu's comprehension of various profundities had obviously increased by a lot. Walala, the profundity aura fluctuated. Ancient talisman runes gradually appeared around Du Xiaofu's body, forming an 8 trigrams pattern. Golden light flickered behind him, and a purple-gold thunder rock flapped its wings and soared. Du Xiaofu's eyes were tightly closed. Under the light, it seemed like he had gained a fortune. His body released purple-gold electric arcs, emitting multicolored light like a god. Chi-Chi. 3 days later, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. His aura was astonishing. His figure swept across the sky and directly entered the light screen in front of him. Rumble. This time, Du Xiaofu encountered an illusionary majestic middle-aged man. The illusionary body's muscles were like horned dragons, erupting with a terrifying power, shattering the space with a raise of his hand. Du Xiaofu attacked with all his strength. Lightning martial vein, vein spirit, 8 trigrams profundity, lightning profundity, and golden-winged rock's beast energy. They fought until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark, until the void collapsed. That illusionary majestic middle-aged man's strength was also pushed to the limit, erupting with unparalleled attacks. But this time Du Xiaofu didn't lose. He fought with the middle-aged man for a full 4 hours. He was only at a disadvantage, and was defeated in the end. The middle-aged man's arm was crushed by Du Xiaofu's claw, but Du Xiaofu's fist had also shattered the great ping wings on his back. Fresh blood splattered all over the void. Retreat. Du Xiaofu didn't continue to fight. He quickly retreated, leaving the light screen. He stuffed a lot of medicinal pills and spirit medicines into his mouth, then continued to breathe and adjust his breathing. He also continued to comprehend what he had gained from the battle. Du Xiaofu wanted to use the ancient desolate space to save time, but all the treasures here were sealed and he couldn't use them. Walala, mysterious runes wrapped around Du Xiaofu and spread out like ripples. Du Xiaofu's injuries had already healed under the effect of the indestructible Xian body. He has comprehended something again. His comprehension ability is truly terrifying. The Mie Meng King's expression changed as he gasped in astonishment. Continue. 4 days later, Du Xiaofu was fully recovered. He stood up and stretched his body. The bones in his entire body were emitting explosive crackling sounds. The aura of his body had also undergone an imperceptible change. Du Xiaofu entered the light screen again and encountered a huge illusory python. It had 9 heads and was extremely terrifying. It was an ancient, ferocious beast. But this time, Du Xiaofu was still defeated, but the illusory flood dragon didn't gain much of an advantage. He was still recovering and comprehending at the same time. A few days later, Du Xiaofu fought again. He encountered an illusory old woman and lost again. Continue. Du Xiaofu's body was dripping with blood. The great ping wings on his back were damaged again, and his robes were tattered. Roar! At the same time, Mo Tianxiao didn't stay idle. He was influenced by Du Xiaofu, and after recovering from his injuries, he charged into the light screen again. A few days later, Du Xiaofu fought again. Defeated and drenched in blood, Du Xiaofu was fearless. He healed and continued. Time passed slowly. Du Xiaofu continued. Every time he was defeated, Du Xiaofu wasn't disappointed. Instead, his eyes were filled with joy and battle intent. The 10th time Du Xiaofu was defeated. The void was shattered and pale golden blood splashed. He was almost dead. The 11th time Du Xiaofu was defeated. His shoulders were penetrated. The 32nd time, Du Xiaofu was defeated again. At this moment, Du Xiaofu didn't know how many pills and elixirs he had taken. There was no sun, moon, or stars in the void. He could only roughly estimate the time. It was likely that several months had passed. This is too terrifying. This guy is completely a battle maniac. The Thunderhawk King was completely astonished. Every time Du Xiaofu was defeated while dripping with blood, Du Xiaofu would recover in a short period of time and continue to fight energetically. If it was an ordinary person, it would probably be impossible for them to endure. Moreover, after dozens of defeats, ordinary people would have lost their spirit and would start to despair. However, Du Xiaofu was getting braver and braver as he fought. After every battle, he would gain enlightenment. He's getting stronger. Mie Meng King was astonished. After every battle, she could clearly feel that Du Xiaofu was getting stronger after every defeat. This time, Du Xiaofu seemed to be comprehending for an especially long time. He hadn't woken up even after more than 10 days. No, it shouldn't be like this. All of a sudden, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. Purple gold lightning was fluctuating around him. The 8 trigrams pattern around him fluctuated. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His whole body was shining with golden light. Behind him, there was a purple-gold thunder rock's shadow. Then, Du Xiaofu closed his eyes again and continued to immerse himself in enlightenment. During this period of time, Mo Tianxiao was in the same situation as Du Xiaofu. He was defeated time and time again. However, his recovery time was much slower than Du Xiaofu's. He entered the light screen for a total of 5 battles. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu had entered the light screen for 32 times. Boom! After about half a month, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes again. The aura around him swept out and shook the void. For the 33rd time, Du Xiaofu entered the light screen and met the old man again. The old man's white beard fluttered in the wind. He looked like an immortal. However, his attack was destructive. He could destroy the void with a raise of his hand. This battle lasted for more than 6 hours. Du Xiaofu hadn't been defeated. Both he and the old man were injured. It was obvious that neither of them had the upper hand. He has made great progress. What a terrifying speed! Du Xiaofu was already able to fight evenly with his opponent. The speed at which Du Xiaofu was improving was absolutely terrifying. It was so fast that no one could catch up to him. Du Xiaofu's speed of improvement was absolutely terrifying. The thing that caused Mo Tianxiao to be secretly stunned was that although so much time had passed, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body had clearly yet to reach the peak of the nirvana stage. However, he was already able to obtain an extraordinary victory against his opponent within the light curtain. The opponent in the light screen represented an invincible existence in the same realm. This undoubtedly meant that Du Xiaofu hadn't reached the peak of Nirvana realm. However, he was already at the peak of Nirvana realm. If Du Xiaofu really reached the peak of Nirvana realm, he would be able to sweep through everyone in the same realm. It would be difficult for him to find an opponent. Even killing opponents of a higher realm wouldn't be a problem. It should be known that with the strength of Du Xiaofu's opponents in the light screen, Mo Tianxiao, even Thunderhawk King and Mie Meng King were very clear. If those opponents were in the outside world, they would be able to severely injure an ordinary domain realm expert even if they didn't die. In this battle, Du Xiaofu was injured. His injuries were very serious. However, he wasn't defeated. The old man was also in a miserable state. Many parts of his body were damaged by Du Xiaofu. There were dents on his body, which meant that he was also severely injured. However, Du Xiaofu didn't continue fighting. He felt that he couldn't completely defeat his opponent. He retreated and continued to consume medicinal pills to heal his injuries. He immersed himself in comprehension. This time, Du Xiaofu took a long time to comprehend. The golden rock wings on his back were also recovering. Walala, the golden rock wings on Du Xiaofu's back glowed with golden light. The mysterious runes on the talisman fluctuated. His blood essence turned into feathers. At this moment, they became more condensed and resplendent. They were no longer as immature as before. Their aura also became more domineering and fierce. Chi. Several days later, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. The mysterious runes on the talisman retracted into his body. He entered the light screen in front of him for the 34th time. Roar! This time, Du Xiaofu encountered an illusory phoenix. Raging flames surged as it flapped its wings and cut through the void. It pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! Du Xiaofu used his full strength right from the start. First, he used the 8 trigrams profound, condensing the 8 trigrams diagram. The vision in the sky directly affected the phoenix shadow in the chaotic void. The overbearing fists blasted out, accompanied by the roars of dragons and the cries of elephants. His aura looked down on the world. Gee! The illusory phoenix roared. First, it flapped its wings and broke through the void. Raging flames surged and its sharp claws shook Du Xiaofu's fist. Then, it flapped its wings and circled around. Its huge body of flames burned the void and swept across. One of its wings quickly shattered the void and extended towards Du Xiaofu. Under the influence of the 8 trigrams diagram, Du Xiaofu rapidly dodged the attack with the unfettered step. The phoenix's wings shattered a large part of the void. A series of explosions resounded in the void. Raging flames surged with lightning and thunder, causing the void to become chaotic and terrifying. Du Xiaofu counterattacked. He raised his hand and activated the Thunder Martial Vein. His Martial Vein soul primordial spirit flew out. Suddenly, the Thunder Profound erupted. Resplendent lightning arcs filled the sky and bombarded the illusory phoenix. The phoenix's raging flames erupted and formed a sea of fire. It resisted the 8 trigrams profound, thunder profound, and spiritual thunder, but it was greatly affected. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Du Xiaofu attacked with all his might, causing the space to boil and become chaotic. Gradually, under Du Xiaofu's ferocious attacks, he was already suppressing the illusory phoenix, causing the distant Thunderhawk King, Mo Tian Xiao and Mie Meng King to be dumbstruck and flabbergasted. The illusory phoenix screeched. Sizzling flames burned. They were not ordinary flames. The terrifying might made the void tremble. On the illusory phoenix's body, there were also resplendent scarlet runes flickering. They turned into the divine phoenix mark, which contained the phoenix race's profound. Tens of thousands of rays of multicolored light, blazing with incomparable heat. Its aura shook the 9 heavens. It was incomparably vast and surging violently, suppressing Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu shivered and carefully dealt with it. He did not dare to be careless. He used the golden-winged rock and the thunder martial vein to merge with the purple-gold thunder rock. He turned into a golden sea and borrowed the 8 trigrams profound to clash with the illusory phoenix. Chapter 1721. Rumble. This kind of battle was simply apocalyptic, causing the illusory image to shatter. Du Xiaofu and the illusory phoenix clashed continuously, both were sent flying and then clashed again. Pooh! Du Xiaofu spat out blood, but the illusory phoenix was not in a good state either. Many of its talisman patterns had been shattered. Du Xiaofu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the golden wings of the great rock flapping behind him, and continued to attack. This was an astonishing collision. Du Xiaofu seemed to have decided to go all out this time, continuously clashing with the illusory phoenix, and also receiving heavy injuries. Du Xiaofu's flesh cracked and was dripping with blood, but then slowly recovered in the great battle, but not long after, he was injured again. This kind of battle was too terrifying. That illusory phoenix did not know pain, like an inanimate object, but its strength was so real. The successive battles caused Du Xiaofu to be greatly affected, his injuries becoming more and more serious, and blood was flowing. However, Du Xiaofu was very fierce and fearless. Under the shock of Mo Tian Xiao, Thunder Eagle King, and Mie Meng Wang, he was heavily injured several times. Most likely, ordinary people would not be able to withstand it, but Du Xiaofu was still fighting fiercely while bleeding. The illusory phoenix screeched, its body also felt like it was about to break into pieces. Raging flames flared, flapping its wings and swooping down, as if covering the sky, wanting to suppress Qin Qiong. But on the 8 trigrams diagram, the illusory phoenix was greatly affected, but its power was still terrifying, erupting with rolling flames, wanting to drown everything and burn everything in the void. On the 8 trigrams diagram, strange scenes appeared in the sky. Du Xiaofu condensed the purple-gold thunder rock, and would not be inferior to the illusory phoenix. Arcs of electricity erupted, and thunder exploded, fighting fiercely while bathed in blood. His flesh was cracking and his hair was dyed with blood. The golden wings of the great rock behind him were shattering, and the feathers were shattering, turning into blood essence that poured out. But Du Xiaofu was still attacking, like a human-shaped great rock striking the sky, like a peerless vicious beast attacking, incomparably domineering, looking down on the world. Boom! Du Xiaofu once again collided with the phoenix image, and this was the most tyrannical collision. Arcs of lightning fluctuated as the sky was filled with flames that overflowed into the heavens. The space was chaotic to the point it was impossible to see anything, and talisman markings interweaved all over the sky. It was so resplendent that even the Thunderhawk King and the others were unable to look directly at it, and were somewhat unable to open their eyes. Finally, Du Xiaofu shattered one of the phoenix's wings with a single punch, causing the phoenix to shriek and roar as if it was alive. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu condensed the purple-gold thunder rock. Its eyes were like purple suns as it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. With the assistance of the 8 trigrams and the support of the 8 trigrams profound, it caused the void to rumble like thunder. The nirvanic power of a grand paragon surged as 9 divine rings appeared in the sky and swooped down on the phoenix. This was Du Xiaofu's all-out attack. Blazing golden light and purple gold lightning flooded the void. It was a bloody struggle, but in the end, Du Xiaofu really did it and completely shattered the Phoenix Phantom. Rumble, the sky was filled with raging talisman markings, and the huge Phoenix Phantom's body exploded in the void. A large area of the void was collapsing, revealing pitch-black spatial cracks that filled the void like a spider web. PFFF, Du Xiaofu spat out golden blood from his mouth. It congealed and didn't disperse before disappearing into the void. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was cracked to the point where his bones could be seen. His clothes were ragged and his hair was disheveled. The Demon King was ferocious. He won, he really won. The Thunderhawk King was excited. His eyes emitted lightning as he clenched his fists and said with a trembling voice, "He really succeeded." Mo Tianxiao and Mia Meng King's eyes also revealed a divine light. When they saw the Phoenix Phantom being shattered by Du Xiaofu, they were overwhelmed with shock. Defeating the opponent of the virtual shadow was equivalent to becoming the strongest existence in the same realm. How terrifying was that? Especially Mo Tianxiao, he was the clearest about it. Du Xiaofu had just broken through to the Nirvana realm not long ago. He obviously hadn't reached the peak of the Nirvana realm, but at this moment, he had already become the strongest existence in the same realm. He comprehended in battle time and time again. He fought with his life on the line, and finally achieved his current strength. He became the strongest existence in the same realm. Mia Meng King's entire body trembled. He was deeply shocked by this scene. He originally thought that it was impossible to succeed, but at this moment, he really succeeded. Walala, the Phoenix Phantom was shattered, and a rain of light poured down. However, it didn't disperse in the end. Just as the void recovered, the shattered Phoenix Phantom turned into a rain of light. In the end, it strangely enveloped Du Xiaofu. Those threads of light rain were soft and enveloped, filled with spiritual splendor. Then, they directly drilled into Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, a strange scene appeared. As the rain of light drilled into his body, the heavy injuries on Du Xiaofu's body started to miraculously recover. The broken feathers on his back started to condense, shining with a dazzling golden light. Du Xiaofu's cracked body didn't need the effect of the indestructible Xian body. At this moment it was also recovering strangely. His body was sparkling and translucent. What shocked Du Xiaofu the most was that the profound qi and primordial spirit power in his spirit gate and Naiwen palace were also recovering miraculously. That rain of light was the purest energy. There was no need for Du Xiaofu to refine it at all. It directly drilled into Du Xiaofu's body and turned into the purest profound qi and primordial spirit power. Boom! The pure energy transformed from the rain of light not only allowed Du Xiaofu to recover to the peak of his prime, the most important thing was that it allowed the aura on Du Xiaofu's body to rise at the same time. His profound qi and primordial spirit power were both increasing. His aura continued to rise. Du Xiaofu was getting stronger. It shook the void in all directions like the sound of wind and thunder. He's getting stronger. He's directly getting stronger. Thunder Eagle King and Mia Meng King cried out in shock. At Du Xiaofu's current nirvana realm, his aura was visibly getting stronger. How terrifying was this? It was simply unheard of. Defeating the phantom opponent and becoming the strongest existence in the same realm. Is this his reward? Mo Tianxiao muttered softly. His mind was also trembling violently. Du Xiaofu's aura continued to rise. It was like sitting on a rocket, causing Mo Tianxiao, Thunder Eagle King, Mia Meng King, and the others outside the light screen to continue to be astonished. However, in the end, Du Xiaofu's aura did not rise to the point where it could break through to the next level. It slowly weakened. When Du Xiaofu's aura completely stopped, his eyelashes slightly moved. His tightly shut eyes opened. The light in his eyes was as resplendent as lightning, shooting straight into the blue dome of heaven. The aura on his body exploded, like a storm that swept out in all directions. He did not break through to the next level, but at this moment, Du Xiaofu's aura was clearly much stronger than before. What surprised Du Xiaofu the most was his spirit gate and Naiwen Palace. Under the pure energy of the strange light rain, the spirit gate and Naiwen Palace in his body seemed to be expanding his territory and had expanded quite a bit. The strange pure energy of the rain of light seemed to have a strange effect. It was able to directly expand the spirit gate and Naiwen Palace. Du Xiaofu's Naiwen Palace and body were already abnormal enough. They were enough to instantly kill people with the same cultivation. At this moment, on top of his original foundation, Du Xiaofu's spirit gate and Naiwen Palace in his body expanded by more than one-fold. This also led to Du Xiaofu's aura not increasing even after the vast amount of pure energy entered his body. It only increased by more than one-fold. It was because his body and Naiwen Palace had expanded by more than one-fold. Chapter 1722. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio, unprecedented power, this feeling is really good, Du Xiaofu thought to himself. He felt an unprecedented feeling of power. This feeling was not much different from breaking through another level. The profound qi in his body and the primordial spirit in his mind's Naiwen Palace gave him an incomparably surging feeling. Has he passed the test by defeating the illusory opponent? Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King and Mie Meng King looked at the light screen in front of them nervously. Would they be able to know the secrets behind defeating the illusory opponent? Crack, crack, suddenly, divine light descended from the sky in front of them. The light was resplendent and dazzling as runes filled the sky. The faces of Du Xiaofu, Mo Tianxiao and Thunderhawk King changed. In a short period of time, under their shocked gazes, two figures condensed from the light in front of them. They were the illusory figures of two long-haired old men. One of the old men had shoulder-length black hair. His illusory eyes were bright and sharp. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a dazzling light akin to electric arcs. His terrifying aura made one's heart palpitate. The other old man wore a long robe. His body rippled with starlight, as if a galaxy had appeared. The star intent was somewhat similar to the Yin-Yang school, but it was also extremely different. The aura of the two old men was even stronger than the illusory phoenix that Du Xiaofu had defeated earlier. Boom! The moment the two old men appeared, one on the left and one on the right, they attacked Du Xiaofu. The old man with shoulder-length black hair on the left waved his hand and threw a punch that had the power to shatter the heavens. With a raise of his hand, he blasted towards Du Xiaofu with lightning speed. Again, the joy on Du Xiaofu's face immediately changed. His figure was like an unshakable boulder as he stood in the air. Tyrannical fist directly threw a punch that was wrapped in resplendent golden light. The roar of a dragon and the cry of an elephant resounded as it collided with the old man. Boom! The punch shattered the space as runes and electric arcs surged in all directions. The illusory figure of the black-haired old man was directly pushed back. Du Xiaofu's boulder-like body also staggered a step back. Qi La! But at the same time, the old man wrapped in starlight appeared in the sky above Du Xiaofu. His vast and mighty aura seemed to condense into a star descending. Blazing runic fluctuations were like raging flames that pressed down on Du Xiaofu, wanting to directly crush Du Xiaofu. G. Du Xiaofu activated his thunder martial vein and condensed the beast energy of the golden-winged rock clan. His aura changed abruptly. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the air. He was extremely domineering. His aura suddenly swept out. A huge purple-gold thunder rock appeared behind him to fight against the former. The two instantly collided. Amidst the rumbling sound of space shattering, energy runes swept out like waves, drowning the void. Bang! But at the same time, the old man with shoulder-length black hair attacked again. He condensed the shadow of a white tiger and glared fiercely as it soared into the sky. In an instant, the two phantom experts, who were not inferior to the flaming phoenix shadow that Du Xiaofu had to risk his life to defeat, joined forces to attack Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu used all his strength. The 8 trigrams condensed into the 8 trigrams diagram. The purple flame demonic phoenix's beast energy, the stars profound, and the origin spirit vein spirit were activated by the redbone horse monkey. He was fighting 1 against 2, but he actually didn't fall into a disadvantage. So powerful, his improvement is huge. Mo Tianxiao exclaimed. The strength of these 2 old man phantoms was not inferior to the strength of the phoenix shadow. Originally, Du Xiaofu had to risk his life to barely defeat the phoenix shadow. Now, he was fighting 1 against 2 without falling into a disadvantage. That strange improvement just now was no small matter. The Thunderhawk King and Mianmeng King were also shocked. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was fighting 1 against 2. The 3 phantoms attacked and shattered the void. The battle was endless. But in the end, Du Xiaofu was dyed in blood. His body was cracked, and his primordial spirit, the redbone horse monkey's body, was also greatly affected. Only the 2 phantoms of the phantoms were broken, and they didn't gain any advantage. At the end of the fierce battle, everything came to a stalemate. Du Xiaofu's body was also shaken down from the void and crashed into the ground. It caused the ground of the plaza to split open. Rocks flew up and smoke and dust filled the air. But Du Xiaofu didn't continue fighting. He clenched his teeth and retreated with the redbone horse monkey's primordial spirit, leaving the light screen. The 2 phantoms of the phantoms also disappeared soon after. Du Xiaofu stuffed a large amount of spirit medicine into his mouth. The injuries on his body slowly recovered under the indestructible Xian body, but his expression was slightly serious. Why can't we leave this place? Are we really going to be trapped to death? Mianmeng King stepped forward and frowned. He originally thought that defeating the phantoms would solve the mystery of this place and have a chance to escape. This was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But he didn't expect that after Du Xiaofu defeated the phantoms with great difficulty, another 2 phantoms would appear. It was even more difficult to defeat them. Who knew if there would be another 3, or even 4 or 5 phantoms after defeating these 2 phantoms? We've been trapped for at least a few months. Maybe the divine domain space outside has already closed. It's useless for us to leave by then. The Thunderhawk King was worried. A long time had passed, and they didn't have much time left. Once the divine domain space closed to the outside world, it would be useless even if they recovered from their injuries. We can only continue to fight. I believe there will be a result. Du Xiaofu looked at the light screen. Now they could only continue to fight. Originally, he was worried about being trapped, but at this moment, Du Xiaofu had completely calmed down. His purpose in coming to the Death Canyon was to strengthen himself, and he hoped to advance further in a short period of time. But now, he had already achieved his goal. He was able to gain something new every time he fought with the phantoms, and he was able to comprehend something every time. Every time he entered the light screen, he would encounter a different opponent. They would have all kinds of methods and divine abilities that couldn't be seen in this world, and they were able to benefit him a lot. Du Xiaofu gradually felt that as long as he continued to fight and defeat the phantoms, he would be able to make great progress. Perhaps this was a test. Defeating a phantoms wasn't enough to pass the test, and he wouldn't be able to become the strongest existence in the same realm. Only by passing the test would he be able to solve the mystery of this place. "Are you all right?" Mo Tianxiao asked. At this moment, he was also a little worried. This place was very strange. Perhaps after defeating the 2 phantoms, who knew if there would be 3 or even 4 phantoms appearing? "I'm fine. I'll heal my injuries first." As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged and began to meditate to heal his injuries. In his mind, the battle with the two shadowy old men and everything he had comprehended emerged. He immersed himself in the comprehension. Chapter 1723. Emo Tianxiao's eyes flickered as he entered the light screen to seek an opponent. Boom! Emo Tianxiao's opponent was a three-headed ancient ferocious bird that was about 300 meters tall. However, its strength was terrifying. After fighting for about 2 hours, Emo Tianxiao was still defeated. Emo Tianxiao was drenched in blood. His scales were cracked and blood flowed out. He looked very miserable. However, the three-headed ancient ferocious bird also paid a price. It was unable to suppress Emo Tianxiao and defeat him. Whoosh! Emo Tianxiao exited the light screen and went to the plaza outside. He consumed some elixirs. Multicolored light filled the air as energy fluctuated. He started to heal his injuries. Are we completely trapped here? Sooner or later, we will follow in the footsteps of those three. The Thunderhawk King sighed. Not far away, there were the skeletons of 3 Nirvana sovereigns buried here. No wonder those 3 Nirvana sovereigns had passed away here. Within the light screen, there was an endless stream of illusionary opponents. It was probably impossible to charge out. This was the true Death Canyon, one could enter but not exit. After a few days, Du Xiaofu's injuries had recovered. He stood up and charged into the light screen again under the surprised gazes of the Mianmeng King and the Thunderhawk King. The light screen seemed to have recognized Du Xiaofu. Just like before, 2 more opponents appeared. However, this time they were no longer 2 old men. Instead, they were 2 huge, ferocious beasts. Roar! The 2 ferocious strange beasts roared like thunder. They were ancient existences that crossed time and space. They could not be seen in this world. They charged at Du Xiaofu. Boom! 8 trigrams profound, lightning martial vein, redbone horse monkey primordial spirit and vein soul fused body, great pung golden wings, golden winged great pung beast energy, star profound, purple flame demonic phoenix beast energy, grass of immortality, dark seeker grass, and various other techniques were used by Du Xiaofu. Every single one of these battles was extremely intense. Du Xiaofu truly went all out every time. Although he failed every time, Du Xiaofu always had a big harvest in his power Upanishads, which helped him advance further. Perhaps in this kind of never-ending battle, where ordinary people found it hard to see hope, it was despair for ordinary people. However, Du Xiaofu's fighting spirit was greatly aroused. Although he was trapped, at least he could continue to grow stronger. This was Du Xiaofu's original goal of entering Death Canyon. Now that he had achieved his goal, Du Xiaofu's only worry was that he would take too long. He did not know what would happen to God's domain outside. Once God's domain closed, Desolate Country's disciples would be pushed out. Drunkard's father and the others would definitely suffer the wrath of the dragons, legalism, and school of vertical and horizontal. This was what Du Xiaofu was most worried about. Therefore, Du Xiaofu went all out. He firmly believed that he would be able to get out. He was constantly growing stronger. That was his hope. Fighting fiercely with the 2 strange beasts, Du Xiaofu had tried his best. Originally, he could have risked his life to kill one of them. After that, he had become stronger, and his Upanishads had also improved. This time, Du Xiaofu didn't defeat his opponent after more than 30 times. In the second round, while his body was bleeding, his body was cracked, and blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth, my Hun's primordial spirit, the red pheasant monkey's body, and his real body had burst out all of their powers to kill the 2 strange beasts from the ancient era. Roar! The 2 ancient ferocious beasts roared as they were smashed into pieces. Talisman runes scattered and turned into a dazzling light rain that covered the sky. It was like a divine light that enveloped Du Xiaofu. Finally, it poured into Du Xiaofu's body. Just like the first time Du Xiaofu killed his opponent, this light rain poured into Du Xiaofu's body. It turned into pure energy that Du Xiaofu did not need to refine. It caused Du Xiaofu's aura to rise. This light rain energy also expanded Du Xiaofu's body and Naiwen Palace. It was as if he was expanding his territory. Du Xiaofu's injuries did not need the immortal Xian body to heal completely. All kinds of injuries were healing miraculously. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes and immersed himself in it. This feeling of being instantly strengthened was an irresistible temptation for cultivators. Many cultivators could spend their entire lives but could not experience this visible strengthening that Du Xiaofu was experiencing. He's strengthened again. The Thunderhawk King was dumbstruck as he looked at Du Xiaofu in the light screen. He could feel the surging and strengthening aura even through the light screen. Will I be able to escape this time? Miameng King's eyes were filled with anticipation. He had already defeated 2 opponents. He did not know if 3 more would appear in the light screen at the same time. An hour later, when the last strand of light rain poured into Du Xiaofu's body and was absorbed by his body, his tightly shut eyes opened at the same time. Huff! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air from his stomach, Du Xiaofu looked inside himself and revealed a smile. His divine watchtower and Naiwen Palace expanded once again. His primordial spirit and profound qi were surging, and the strengthening was not just a little bit. This feeling of strengthening made Du Xiaofu want to fight to his heart's content again. Hiss, however, Du Xiaofu got what he wanted. Divine light fluctuated in front of him, and 3 enormous black, white, and gold ancient enormous serpent silhouettes soared through the sky as if they were alive. Their scarlet red eyes were like blood moons, and they emitted a terrifying bloody aura. The aura of these 3 ancient enormous serpents wasn't the slightest bit weaker than the 2 ancient enormous serpents that Du Xiaofu killed not long ago. The 3 beasts hissed as they pounced over, and their enormous bodies minced space apart. As expected, there are more opponents. I can't fight. The Thunderhawk King was already on the verge of despair. Rumbled Du Xiaofu's gaze sank, but he was fearless as he fought, and a shocking battle unfolded once again. No matter if it was his body or the various profundities he possessed, Du Xiaofu had been constantly improving, and his profound qi and primordial spirit were strengthening as well. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was fighting 1 against 3, yet he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position. But Du Xiaofu didn't obtain victory as well. After around 2 hours, he retreated in a sorry state while dripping with blood, and then he came out to recuperate before continuing to comprehend what he'd obtained from the battle. A few days later, Du Xiaofu continued to fight with all his strength against 3 figures, and he exhausted the last trace of his strength to defeat the 3 of them. Under the flabbergasted gazes of the Thunderhawk King and King Miameng, he was once again strengthened by the rain of light. But the Thunderhawk King and the others were still in despair. Right after Du Xiaofu strengthened himself once more, 4 figures appeared in the sky within the screen of light at the same time. 2 silhouettes and 2 silhouettes of beasts pounced towards Du Xiaofu at the same time. We have no chance of survival, we can only wait for death. The Thunderhawk King and King Miameng had already begun to despair. They couldn't even defeat a single opponent, let alone now when Du Xiaofu had to face 2, 3, or even 4 opponents at the same time. It was impossible for them to win. Mo Tian Xiao had recovered from his injuries, and his eyes were suffused with a green light as he watched Du Xiaofu fiercely fighting against the 4 opponents. But soon after, he clenched his teeth and charged into the screen of light, continuing to fight against the silhouette. This kind of confrontation was a never-ending cycle, as though there was no end to it. But Du Xiaofu was still continuing. At least, he was constantly getting stronger and receiving benefit. This was enough to keep Du Xiaofu's heart filled with hope. Those silhouettes seemed to have traversed through time and space from the ancient times. Their vast means surpassed the current era, and Du Xiaofu had benefited greatly from the confrontation. No matter how many of you there are, you will all be sharpening my blade and becoming my stepping stone in the future. Fight. The more Du Xiaofu fought, the braver he became. He fought until the void sank. Relying on the indestructible Xian body, he was defeated time and time again, and fought fiercely again and again. In this kind of bloody battle, he was tempering himself and challenging his limit. Time passed slowly. Du Xiaofu, the Thunderhawk King, King Miemeng, Mo Tianshao, and the others who were trapped in the Death Valley didn't know that the place they were trapped in was deliberately left behind by the person who had set up the divine domain space. The time inside was almost 100 times faster than the outside world. 100 years inside was only a year outside. But at this moment, the Thunderhawk King and the others were inside and didn't know. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible that he's gone missing. We must find that little bastard. I'm afraid there's not much time left. In the valley, there were old men of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons. They were going to use all their strength to search for Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1724. If we can't find that little bastard, then we'll do our best to search for the desolate country's world assembly. Kill everyone we see. I don't believe that little bastard can hide from us. An elder from the school of vertical and horizontal said gloomily. There had been no news of Du Xiaofu, and they were still being chased by the ancient demonic beast. One could imagine how angry they were. The golden-winged rocks, the school of Yinyang, the school of Mo, and the school of agriculture are all looking for that kid. If they find him first, we'll have a lot of trouble dealing with him. We must find that kid first. This is our last chance. An elder from the dragons said. Dragon tattoos flickered in his eyes. His aura was boundless and filled with dragon might. Elders, according to the ancient demonic beasts, they've been guarding a place of great treasures. Many people have already entered. Based on the relationship between Du Xiaofu and those ancient demonic beasts, perhaps Du Xiaofu has already entered the place of great treasures. A middle-aged man from the school of vertical and horizontal spoke. His eyes shone with spiritual light, and there was a faint fluctuation of flames. His aura was also extremely vigorous. However, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. He said to the elders and experts, however, I'm afraid that there will be even more ancient demonic beasts there. It won't be easy for us to enter. Place of great treasures. Some of the elders' eyes shone, and there was a fluctuation of divine light. In the misty space, time seemed to have lost its meaning. A huge rock floated in mid-air, connected to an ancient and damaged palace. On the ground, large amounts of huge beast skeletons were connected. The white bones were eerie and glowed, but there wasn't a trace of energy fluctuation on the bones. Whoosh whoosh, strong winds blew in this space. Occasionally, there would be spatial light blades whistling past, able to cut through the void. Qi-La, there were also some energy shadows in the void, accompanied by the power of the remnant souls. They attacked all living things and devoured people's primordial spirits. That terrifying attack power wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. On a huge rock floating in the void, there were vast stone pillars erected. A palace occupied it, but the stone pillars had been broken into two. The palace was also damaged, exuding an ancient aura. On the ancient square in front of the palace, there were several figures sitting cross-legged and breathing. Some people were guarding them. Looking carefully, it was precisely Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, Du Xiaoman and a few others. There weren't many of them, but they were all heaven's prides that entered the supreme tomb. However, at that moment, even existences like Zhou Xiaoluo and Mo Runan appeared to be in a sorry state with injuries on their bodies. Chi-Chi, a moment later, everyone opened their eyes, shooting out divine light. They stood up and waves of powerful auras swept out. It's too dangerous here. There are saint artifacts and super-ancient inheritances. However, it's not easy to obtain them. Those ancient remnant souls are terrifying. If the souls of those saint artifacts are not destroyed, not to mention subduing them, we might even be killed. Du Xiaoman frowned. After entering the Supreme Being tomb for so long, she was shocked by the vastness and majesty of this place. However, the dangers inside made Du Xiaoman even more fearful. No wonder even supreme beings were killed in the past. If everything outside the divine domain was protecting the heavens' prides, then this supreme tomb was a real cruel tempering. Without outstanding strength, entering the supreme tomb was just courting death. The legendary supreme tomb definitely didn't only have great treasures, it was even more dangerous. If one didn't have absolute strength, entering the supreme tomb was just courting death. Let's continue to search for the greatest opportunity, Mo Runan said. Regarding the general situation inside the supreme tomb, as the leaders of the 9 great families, they had naturally heard of some things. They were also prepared, but they still had to be careful. They had almost encountered danger several times already. Many people have already obtained super inheritances and saint artifact. We should also continue our journey. Be careful of the devil religion's moksha, Zhou Shaluo said. Her red lips were slightly parted, delicate and alluring. When she mentioned moksha, everyone's eyes narrowed. That was a terrifying existence that could directly confront Demon King Du Xiaofu. His identity as a complete supreme being was enough to prove how terrifying he was. Not long ago, Moksha and Du Xiaojing had a great battle, but there was no clear winner. That Moksha from the devil religion is indeed terrifying. Mo Runan clicked her tongue inwardly. With her temperament, she would never put ordinary people in her eyes. However, she couldn't help but be vigilant and afraid of the existence that could fight Demon King Du Xiaofu without losing. There was no sun, moon or stars, there was no distinction between day and night. Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King's eyes were fixed on the light screen. At this moment, Mo Tianxiao was fighting with a white-haired old woman's shadow. But in comparison, the battle in the distant void was what shocked Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King. In the light screen, muffled sounds were like thunder, and dazzling runes flooded the void. Rumble, at this moment, Du Xiaofu was fighting against 4 huge demonic beasts and 5 old shadows. Roar. Although Du Xiaofu had also activated the redbone horse monkey that had fused his soul and soul, he was still fighting against 9 shadows, and the void was continuously shattered. There was no sun, moon or stars, there was no distinction between day and night. A long time had passed in this square. There was no way to determine the exact time, but Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King could roughly feel that they had been trapped here for at least 10 years. At the beginning, Du Xiaofu defeated 1 shadow opponent, and now, Du Xiaofu was fighting against 9 shadows. Every time he defeated an opponent, there would be 1 more in the next round. During this process, Du Xiaofu's strength and cultivation were also increasing by several fold. Every time he defeated an opponent, Du Xiaofu would be baptized and irrigated by the pure light rain energy, and his cultivation and strength would increase by a step, but every time there was an additional opponent, the pressure would be greater. Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King were already used to it, and they couldn't remember how many times Du Xiaofu was seriously injured. His body was dripping with blood, and his flesh was cracked. It was almost impossible for an ordinary person to survive. Du Xiaofu was like this almost every time, but he would recover in a few days and continue to fight. However, Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King couldn't forget that when Du Xiaofu defeated 5 opponents by himself, his body was almost completely shattered. When Du Xiaofu defeated 6 savage beasts by himself, the bloody holes all over his body made people's hair stand on end, and blood flowed endlessly. When he defeated 8 shadow opponents by himself, Du Xiaofu's body was penetrated by the sword shadow. When he defeated 8 opponents by himself, Du Xiaofu's body was almost completely destroyed, and only his skeleton was left. It made people's hair stand on end. But all of this was something that ordinary people couldn't endure, and Du Xiaofu became braver and braver as he fought, and endured it all. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was fighting 1 against 9, and was in the middle of a fierce battle. Too terrifying, is he still human? Thunderhawk King sighed, and his gaze was trembling. 1 against 9, what kind of concept was that? Any shadow opponent was an invincible existence in the same realm. Even if one defeated a shadow opponent, that was already an abnormal existence. But Du Xiaofu was already fighting 9 at this moment. If this news were to spread out, it would probably be enough to shock the ancient and dazzle the contemporaries, causing people to be unable to believe it. He's still strengthening, as if there's no end, breaking through his limits time and time again. Miameng King spoke. Even though he was a descendant of an ancient demon beast within the god domain, with Miameng King's identity as an exalted rebirth, it was sufficient to prove Miameng King's natural talent and talent in cultivation. She saw through some clues and said to Thunderhawk King, "Perhaps the purpose of this existence is to make people break through their limits time and time again, to become a true invincible existence in the same realm, to truly look down on those of the same realm. Only then would they be able to resolve this deadlock and obtain a chance of survival. I'm starting to believe it as well. Otherwise, I'm afraid that no one would spend so much effort to set up this place." After such a long time, Thunderhawk King, who was in despair at the beginning, calmed down under the repeated defeats of Du Xiaofu and Mo Tian Xiao. After calming down, the Thunderhawk King also discovered the abnormality of this place. It was absolutely not easy to set up all of this. The person who set up this place back then would not have the leisure to purposely trap people to death here. There must be some sort of goal. Looking at the current situation, Thunderhawk King agreed in his heart. Perhaps Miameng King was right. The person who set up this place back then wanted to truly look down on those of the same realm, wanted to truly be an invincible existence in the same realm. And the failure of those 3 exalted rebirth back then was most likely due to their own hand. Even if they had put in a lot of effort back then, after defeating a shadow opponent, they would feel despair when they had to face more and more opponents in succession. Of course, the repeated heavy injuries and defeats were definitely not something that ordinary creatures could endure. Mo Tian Xiao has finally won. He succeeded. Suddenly, Miameng King exclaimed. Within the light screen, Mo Tian Xiao finally defeated his shadow opponent after suffering heavy injuries after repeated defeats, shattering his shadow opponent in the void. Walala, a rain of light poured down, enveloping Mo Tian Xiao. His injuries were miraculously recovering, and his aura was also rising. Miameng, Thunderhawk King, looked at Mo Tian Xiao within the light screen, then suddenly looked at Miameng King. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and with some excitement and trembling, he said, "Do you feel it? When they defeat their opponents, their injuries will strengthen, and they will recover to their peak. Perhaps we." Chapter 17:25. I understand now. Rumor has it that the Death Valley has an opportunity that can allow us to recover. I think it must be related to this. As long as we can defeat an illusory opponent and obtain that energy, we might be able to return to our peak. Miameng King's eyes trembled as he said, "However, this is too difficult. We are heavily injured and have not recovered from our injuries for 1,000 years. It is simply impossible to defeat those illusory opponents." No matter how difficult it is, didn't they do it? Thunderhawk King looked at Du Xiaofu, who was currently being nourished by energy, and Du Xiaofu, who was fighting 1 against 9 on the screen. Thunderhawk King's eyes flickered with lightning as he said, "Although we have yet to recover from our heavy injuries, we were only half a step away from Nirvana realm back then. It's not impossible for us to defeat those illusory opponents." That's right. Rather than waiting for death, we might as well fight with our lives on the line. Miameng King nodded as his body began to fluctuate with golden light. Then let's begin. Thunderhawk King and Miameng King's eyes fluctuated with battle intent. They were influenced by Du Xiaofu and Mo Tian Xiao. Thunderhawk King, in particular, no longer felt despair. After that, the 2 figures charged into the light screen and met their illusory opponent. They also activated their original bodies and immediately clashed with each other. Mo Tianzhao's injuries were recovering as his strength and cultivation soared. When it finally stopped, the carefree feeling brought by the increase in his cultivation caused him to involuntarily roar. Swoosh, swoosh. However, before Mo Tianzhao's roar fell, he was immediately attacked by two middle-aged illusory figures. A terrifying attack instantly arrived and covered a large area. Mo Tianzhao was fearless as he roared and fought. Puqi, however, in Du Xiaofu's 1 against 9, he fought to the point his body cracked apart. His body was riddled with injuries, and his blood flowed. Even his primordial spirit Crimson Horse Monkey's body was crushed, causing Du Xiaofu to lose. Boom! After an intense battle, Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was already pale. It was not a crushing defeat, but a narrow defeat. The 9 illusory opponents also did not have a good time facing Du Xiaofu. However, they did not seem to be able to sense it, so they were still unable to break through. Du Xiaofu exited the light screen and continued to take medicinal pills to heal his injuries. Du Xiaofu had so many Qianquan bags on him, all the spiritual medicines and medicinal pills that he had collected a while ago had almost been used up. The remaining medicinal pills and spiritual medicines were not of high quality. Du Xiaofu somewhat understood in his heart. Perhaps the 3 Nirvana paragons who had passed away back then had exhausted all of their medicinal pills and spirit medicines after exhausting themselves time and time again. Furthermore, the number of illusory opponents continued to increase, causing the common people to fall into despair. Without a fighting spirit and conviction, it would be impossible to break out of this desperate situation. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had no idea whether he could break out of this place, and whether his belief was right or not. However, Du Xiaofu did not despair. Instead, he fought even harder. A long time had passed, and Du Xiaofu was well aware of how much progress he had made during this time. After many battles, he had comprehended all kinds of power Upanishad. After defeating those illusory opponents, the strange light rain of energy had increased the power of his physical body by a huge amount. Under this kind of double improvement, Du Xiaofu felt that his cultivation and strength were rapidly rising. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was no longer at the Nirvana Paragon's realm, but at the peak of the Nirvana Paragon's realm. Although he had not advanced further, compared to before, there was already a huge difference between heaven and earth. More importantly, Du Xiaofu was well aware that the spirit gate in his body and the Naiwan palace in his mind had become increasingly vast and boundless under the light rain of energy. The energy contained within had also become more and more vigorous. This was the area where he had improved the most. Relying on the size of his body and the Naiwan palace in his mind, Du Xiaofu felt that he could defeat opponents at the same level as him, not to mention that he had the immortal Xian body and the body of the Golden Rock. At the same time, after each battle, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the illusory opponents were different every time. It was rare for him to encounter opponents that he had encountered before. Whether they were humans, demonic beasts, or even demonic spirits, their attacks all carried an ancient aura. They did not use the techniques of the current era. It was as if they were deliberately tempering him. This allowed him to have a deeper understanding of his own power Upanishads and technique. The way of the domineering, the way of the domineering sword, and the way of the domineering fist came from the ancient stone tablet. The way of comprehending them had also brought great benefits to Du Xiaofu. It allowed Du Xiaofu's understanding of his own Upanishads and techniques to be incomparable to that of ordinary people. 1 against 9. Although he had lost, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and continued to heal his injuries. Although he had made astonishing progress in this period of time, Du Xiaofu knew that it was still not enough. He also did not know how he could reach the end. However, every time he broke through his limits and defeated opponents after opponents, Du Xiaofu was very clear in his heart that once he could walk out of this place, all the tempering he had experienced would be a stepping stone for him to walk to a higher level in the future. In fact, Du Xiaofu had a faint feeling that everything he had encountered at this moment was a whetstone for him to sharpen himself. If he lost his belief, he would definitely be defeated and become a failure. In the end, he would choose to pass away like the three Nirvana sovereigns. As Du Xiaofu continued to heal his injuries and comprehend, Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and Mia Meng King were defeated. They retreated in a sorry state, dripping with blood and looking very miserable. The three beasts did not say anything and chose to heal their injuries. After such a long time, the four of them had not interacted for a long time. Especially Du Xiaofu and Mo Tianxiao, they were completely immersed in the comprehension of the duel. After a few months, Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and Mia Meng King had more or less recovered and entered the light screen to continue their duel. This time, Du Xiaofu spent a long time healing his injuries. Strictly speaking, Du Xiaofu spent a long time comprehending. In the blink of an eye, a long time had passed in the light screen. Thunderhawk King, Mia Meng King, and Mo Tianxiao had entered the light screen to duel several times. Every time they were defeated, they had their own gains. In this square that had no sun, moon, or stars, day and night, Du Xiaofu's body suddenly emitted a dazzling light, as if he was emitting a divine radiance. Ancient runes fluctuated from Du Xiaofu's body and formed an 8 trigrams pattern. The light was like a divine chain that hung in the surroundings and enveloped Du Xiaofu. Finally, behind Du Xiaofu, purple-gold electric arcs fluctuated. Golden light flickered and condensed into a purple-gold thunder rock. Above the 8 trigrams pattern, a vision appeared in the sky. Then, purple flames began to seep out of the void. The shadows of the grass of immortality and dark whole grass also appeared. Divine light fluctuated, and with a rumbling sound, everything condensed together and turned into a dazzling light. Boom! At this instant, the vast and mighty aura was like a tempestuous wave in an ocean, and the terrifying imposing aura shook this expanse of space, and alarmed Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and King Meng, who were recuperating and comprehending with their eyes closed. "What's going on?" Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and Mia Meng King woke up in shock. They looked in the direction of Du Xiaofu and saw the terrifying vision surrounding Du Xiaofu and pouring onto Du Xiaofu's body. This scene was too shocking. At this moment, the purple-gold thunder rock, the dark whole grass, the grass of immortality, and the purple flames all merged together with the 8 trigrams pattern. It seemed to be moving towards perfection. He has comprehended a great benefit and has undergone a qualitative change. He has taken another big step forward, Mo Tianxiao said, and his eyes were filled with envy. During this period of time, Mo Tianxiao truly understood how monstrous this human was. His talent was too terrifying, and his comprehension ability was even more monstrous. He felt ashamed of his inferiority. Boom! Just as Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and Mia Meng King were shocked, 9 divine rings began to appear above Du Xiaofu's head. It was like a miracle that covered the 8 trigrams pattern and enveloped Du Xiaofu. These 9 divine rings were still emitting light, and a vast and mighty pressure descended. Divine might was awe-inspiring. Faintly, a 10th divine ring began to form, but it was extremely illusory. Rumble, at this moment, the sound of heavenly music resounded endlessly. Around Du Xiaofu, a vision appeared in the sky. Divine ripples spread out from his body, and his skin was sparkling and translucent. Electric arcs rippled, and he was like a son of God, emitting a divine radiance and aura. Chapter 1726. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio, 10 rings. Isn't that surpassing the nirvana of a grand sovereign? Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, Mia Meng King and the others exclaimed. It was the first time they had seen 10 rings. During this period of time, his progress in comprehension is too abnormal. Mo Tianxiao concluded in his heart. During this period of time, Du Xiaofu had comprehended the techniques of his illusionary opponents and himself under his own comprehension. He had obtained great benefits and improved greatly. Heavenly might descended, Tao sounds rumbled endlessly, and divine light shone. It made Du Xiaofu feel as if he was about to ascend. But in the end, the 10th ring above Du Xiaofu's head didn't completely condense. Just when it was about to completely form, it started to fade. It seems like he didn't succeed? Thunderhawk King frowned. He had already treated Du Xiaofu as one of his own during this period of time. As the 10th ring above Du Xiaofu's head faded, it didn't truly condense in the end. The phenomenon around him also slowly dissipated, and everything returned to normal. The shocking pressure and Tao sounds calmed down in the square. Huff! Du Xiaofu opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. His body glowed and emitted a faint rumbling sound. It carried a sacred aura. On the surface, Du Xiaofu didn't seem to have any substantial improvement. But at this moment, the invisible aura on his body had clearly improved. It seems like I've reached perfection. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Du Xiaofu muttered softly. The ragged beggar-like purple robe on his body was tattered. Looking at the light screen before him, battle intent rose in his eyes once again. His figure was like lightning as he turned into a ray of light and charged into the light screen once again. He still wants to fight 1 against 9. The Thunderhawk King sucked in a breath of cold air. He had already been defeated time and time again when facing an illusory opponent, and Du Xiaofu was already fighting 1 against 9. He was the clearest about the degree of fierceness one needed to achieve that. Boom! As Du Xiaofu's silhouette rushed into the light screen, the space within the light screen fluctuated as a gigantic illusory hand rushed out, distorting the space around it. It was incomparably huge, and it descended from the sky, wanting to crush Du Xiaofu. It was like a fiend god was attacking, and an ancient aura surged. Little Taoist! Du Xiaofu was already used to it. With a wave of his hand, golden light flashed and the rock's chaos-crushing claw was unleashed. It tore through the void and crushed the illusory giant handprint in the void. Roar! Rock's voice. Roar of beasts rock. 6 demonic beasts and 3 appeared studios Chuan's studio talisman Xing was appeared ranks. Xiaofu was Xing time. The appearance of the 9 opponents caused the surrounding void to solidify. This void was strange to begin with. Instantly it became chaotic. Under the suppression of the vast aura, the void became blurry. Fight! Du Xiaofu shouted as he was fearless. Lightning radiance suffused out from his body as the lightning martial vein appeared in the sky. The primordial spirit vein and the redbone horse monkey merged into one. The lightning spirit destroyed all living things. The 8 trigrams diagram was activated, and the golden-winged rock was activated. He was like a peerless demon king that soared through the sky. Compared to those huge demonic beast illusionary figures, Du Xiaofu's figure seemed tiny, but his aura was incomparably terrifying. Rumble! A terrifying fierce battle was in progress. All sorts of roars shook the sky as energy surged and shattered the space. It could only be described as terrifying. Du Xiaofu was besieged, but the 8 trigrams diagram formed by the 8 trigrams diagram spread out in the sky and directly affected those 9 illusionary opponents. But even so, Du Xiaofu was still unable to completely suppress those 9 illusionary opponents. All sorts of battles raged in the sky like a flood, and talisman runes covered the sky and covered the earth as they swept out. Roar! Du Xiaofu had just repelled one of the illusionary opponents when a flood dragon image swept over. Not far away, a huge demonic tiger was also pouncing over with covetous eyes. GG! Du Xiaofu condensed the purple-gold thunder rock and flapped its wings to attack. A claw tore a crack in the flood dragon image as electric arcs surged. Boom! The purple-gold thunder rock flapped its wings and swept across. It was unstoppable as it blasted the demonic tiger image away again. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Swish! A ferocious mutated beast swooped down, and its claw could tear a pitch-black spatial crack. Break! Du Xiaofu's shout came from the purple-gold Thunder Rock's mouth. It opened its mouth and purple-gold thunderbolts burst out, turning into a sea of thunderbolts. It was going to kill that ferocious mutated beast in a domineering and destructive manner. Although the ferocious mutated beast image dodged, its claw was blasted apart by the thunderbolts. However, its huge tail was blasted apart by the thunderbolts, and it let out a mournful cry. His comprehension this time is too great. Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and Mia Meng King were flabbergasted. They could see that Du Xiaofu had made great progress in his comprehension during this period of time. At this moment, he was actually suppressing the 9 opponent. The battle continued. The void was trembling, and the talisman patterns were as resplendent as the sun. This was not only a battle of strength. At this level, it was also a battle of all kinds of profound beasts. However, Du Xiaofu's freakish physical body was able to break all techniques with brute force, which gave him a lot of advantages. Bang bang bang! A large area of the void turned into a vacuum under the collision of energy, and the energy surged. Du Xiaofu was already vomiting blood, but the 9 opponents were not in a good condition either. Fight! Du Xiaofu urged the nirvana power of a grand supremacy. The 8 trigrams flickered and a vision appeared in the sky. His primordial spirit, Red Pheasant Monkey, also burst out. Several kinds of spiritual thunders fused together, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Upper Kun and Lower Li, Earth Fire Bright, E-Break. Boom! Upper Qian and Lower Dui, Heavenly Blessing Trigram Break. Boom! Heavenly Fire, Heavenly Fire. Heavenly Thunder, Heavenly Thunder. Boom! Strange hand seals formed one after another. At the same time, Du Xiaofu urged the 8 trigrams with all his strength. Rumble! All of a sudden, lightning stars appeared in the sky. Raging flames burned and mountains and rivers moved. The void was collapsing, and a destructive aura enveloped this part of the world. The void was rumbling and the earth was shaking. The resplendent talisman patterns were like a sea, giving rise to stormy waves. The thunder martial vein and several merged spiritual thunders were also urged by Du Xiaofu at this moment. Stormy waves appeared on the 8 trigrams again, as if heavenly thunder was rolling. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The talisman patterns crisscrossed and crossed the universe. Too terrifying! Mo Tianxiao and the others trembled. Even through the light screen, they could feel the hair-raising destructive power. Roar! The 9 illusory opponents were also going all out, but at this moment, they were finally suppressed by Du Xiaofu. Crack, crack, finally, the void was cracking, and the divine light was erupting. The void around the 9 opponents was collapsing inch by inch and annihilating. Break! Du Xiaofu's figure was in the sky. His eyes were purple and gold like lightning. He appeared in front of the opponent. Resplendent talisman patterns crisscrossed, and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared in the sky, causing the world to rumble. It was as if a part of the world was shaking. Bang bang bang! Du Xiaofu made his move. Accompanied by the momentum of the world, the light screen covered the void, and with rolling heavenly might, it finally shattered the 9 opponents. Crack, crack, crack! But at the same time, Du Xiaofu's body was cracking, and the 8 trigrams that carried the momentum of the world was also cracking. It was as if the void was being torn apart. Puff! Du Xiaofu vomited blood. It was very tragic. His whole body was covered in cuts and bruises. Golden blood filled the sky, and golden light filled the air. However, Du Xiaofu's face revealed a smile. He had defeated 9 opponents in one go. Any one of them was an invincible existence in the Nirvana realm. Walala, the 9 opponents were shattered, and the resplendent talisman patterns converged, turning into 9 energy rain that poured down on Du Xiaofu's body. 9 pure energies enveloped Du Xiaofu, expanding the territory in his spirit gate and Naiwen Palace, causing his aura to continue to rise. How much more tyrannical can he become? Mo Tianxiao sucked in a breath of cold air. Du Xiaofu was already a monstrous existence by fighting against 9 opponents alone. If he continued to grow stronger, no one in the same realm would be able to find a match for him. He was a monstrous genius among monstrous geniuses. Du Xiaofu's aura was growing stronger. He had already reached the peak of the Nirvana realm. At this moment, his aura skyrocketed, and he felt as if he was about to explode. The pure energy formed by the 9 energy rain was too huge. Fortunately, the pure energy was able to expand the territory in his body and Naiwen Palace, relieving a lot of pressure on Du Xiaofu's body. Otherwise, he would have exploded. Chapter 1727. Du Xiaofu felt his aura continue to rise, reaching the point where it was about to explode. However, he could not advance any further. After the Nirvana realm was the Nirvana realm, but he could not step into the Nirvana realm. In the end, he was still lacking a little bit, unable to comprehend the true meaning of the Nirvana realm, so he could not advance any further. However, that majestic pure energy filled Du Xiaofu's body and Naiwen Palace. If not for the indestructible Xian body, Du Xiaofu's body would have exploded. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand such majestic pure energy. The peak of the Nirvana realm, unable to advance any further, Du Xiaofu suppressed it with all his strength. When the Divine Watchtower and Naiwen Palace both expanded, he finally suppressed it completely. When everything calmed down, Du Xiaofu let out a long roar. It was like the cry of a divine elephant or the cry of a dragon. The aura around him surged, shaking the void. Full to the extreme, I want to fight. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes, and the divine watchtower in his body expanded again. Vast profound energy surged like a boiling ocean. In his Naiwen Palace, the primordial spirit energy rippled. Everything was full to the extreme. Defeated 9, is there still 10 left? When everything calmed down, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with purple gold lightning. His aura strengthened again, and his body was tempered. He defeated 9 opponents, but he did not know if there were 10 opponents at the same time. Qi La, while Du Xiaofu was looking at the void in front of him rippled, and an illusory figure appeared. This illusory figure did not have 10, but only 1. It was filled with radiance. When this illusory figure appeared, not only Du Xiaofu, even Mo Tianxiao, Thunder Eagle King, and Mia Meng King outside the light screen were dumbfounded. This illusory figure was not a demonic beast or a demonic spirit, but it was an exact copy of Du Xiaofu, as if they were twins. Talisman runes condensed, and electric arcs rippled as it floated in front of Du Xiaofu. What's going on? Not 10, but 1. Mia Meng King raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had thought that after the 9 opponents, there would be 10 phantom opponents. Who would have thought that there would be 1, but it was exactly the same as Du Xiaofu. In that instant, Du Xiaofu could be considered to have seen and experienced a lot recently. He had faced many invincible existences in the same realm, but at that moment even he was stunned. The illusory opponent looked exactly like him, as if he was looking into a mirror. This was beyond Du Xiaofu's expectation. Fight. Inside the light screen, Du Xiaofu's opponent was like a living creature. It was like an exact copy of Du Xiaofu, overbearing and arrogant. With a deep roar, purple gold electric arcs flickered in his eyes. Behind him, the purple gold rock rushed out like a huge floating mountain. Electric arcs surged, overbearing and directly enveloped Du Xiaofu. Fight! Du Xiaofu had no other choice but to resist. He urged the 8 trigrams Upanishad, condensing the 8 trigrams diagram. The Thunder Martial Vein and the Golden Rock's beast energy condensed into the purple gold Thunder Rock and dashed towards the former. Electric arcs surged, overbearing and overbearing. However, that Du Xiaofu's illusory opponent was exactly the same as Du Xiaofu's. No matter what beast energy or Upanishad Du Xiaofu used, the illusory opponent would use the same Upanishad hand to resist. Bang bang bang! Du Xiaofu tried his best, but the illusory opponent was exactly the same. No matter what Upanishad technique Du Xiaofu used, the illusory opponent would resist it all the same. Even when Du Xiaofu used the 8 trigrams Upanishad, the illusory opponent also used the 8 trigrams Upanishad. It was exactly the same, not weaker than Du Xiaofu. Pucci, this kind of confrontation would definitely result in both sides suffering. Du Xiaofu was vomiting blood, but the illusory opponent was just an illusory opponent after all. Although it was a little dimmer than a puppet, it was still fine. If this continued, Du Xiaofu would be at a disadvantage. How could it be like this? Is he fighting against himself? Mo Tianxiao, Thunder Eagle King, and Mia Meng King were already incomparably shocked. The two Du Xiaofu were exactly the same. They were fiercely fighting, tearing the void and shaking the universe. However, both sides were suffering. Even the illusory opponent had a slight advantage. Bang bang! The two used the 8 trigrams Upanishad, and the purple-gold thunder rock clashed. Electric arcs shot up to the sky, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Fight! Du Xiaofu shouted and used his full strength. He did not hold back at all. However, that illusory opponent was exactly the same as Du Xiaofu. No matter what Du Xiaofu used, that illusory opponent was exactly the same. This confrontation lasted the longest. It took advantage of the chaos in the void, and thunder exploded. Even if Du Xiaofu used the red-bone horse monkey that had fused his primordial spirit and meridian soul into one, that illusory opponent could also use it like a mirror. This kind of confrontation caused the void to tremble, and a large area of vacuum was revealed. Space was exploding, and all kinds of beasts were roaring, shattering the void. PFFF, however, in the end Du Xiaofu was forced back. His body was like a broken string, and he fell into the plaza. He vomited blood continuously, and his body was already in a terrible state. How could it be like this? Du Xiaofu rushed out from the pile of rubble. He was dripping with blood, and his body was cracked. He was battered and exhausted. He clenched his teeth and took the opportunity to retreat from the light screen. Are you all right? Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and Mia Meng King were shocked. They rushed to Du Xiaofu's side at the same time. After fighting for so long, Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and Mia Meng King also felt that they were fighting against themselves, and there was no chance of victory. If they fought against themselves, who would lose in the end? I'm fine. Du Xiaofu shook his head. He activated the immortal Xian body, and the injuries on his body were gradually recovering. His body was covered with purple-gold lightning, but his brows were tightly knitted. In fact, Du Xiaofu was more serious than Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and Mia Meng King. Facing an illusory opponent that was exactly the same as him, Du Xiaofu could feel that he couldn't win. No matter what he used, that illusory opponent was exactly the same as him. This was simply an existence that couldn't be defeated. Even if both sides were injured, he would still be at a disadvantage compared to the illusory opponent. This was a confrontation with himself. How could he win against himself? Every time he defeated an opponent, facing an increasing number of opponents, Du Xiaofu was never afraid. His fighting spirit was still boiling. However, facing an illusory opponent that was exactly the same as him, Du Xiaofu felt a little despair. This was an existence that couldn't be defeated. Take these elixirs first. Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King took out a lot of elixirs and gave them to Du Xiaofu. As the kings of the ancient demonic beasts in the divine domain, they naturally had a lot of elixirs. They also knew that Du Xiaofu's elixirs had been used up after such a long time. Du Xiaofu didn't stand on ceremony with Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King. He consumed the elixirs. The most important thing now was to heal his injuries. Walala, Du Xiaofu healed his injuries and adjusted his breathing. After a while, his whole body was enveloped in a golden halo. In the end, it's a dead end. How can we defeat ourselves? There's no way we can escape. Thunderhawk King smiled bitterly. Originally, his fighting spirit was aroused and he wanted to fight with his life on the line. However, at this moment, he felt a huge impact in his heart. Facing an opponent that was exactly the same as him, how could he win? Even if he could kill himself, his soul would be destroyed in the end. Miameng King didn't say anything and didn't frown. She saw everything. Defeating 9 illusory opponents was an abnormal existence. However, no matter what, she couldn't defeat herself. This was indeed a dead end. Is it really a dead end? Mo Tianxiao was also affected and muttered. The scene of Du Xiaofu fighting with his own illusory figure had a huge impact on his heart. He couldn't find a way to break through it. Enveloped by the golden light, the great Ping beast was able to absorb the elixirs in its body to recover. Under the effect of the immortal Xian body, Du Xiaofu's injuries had already recovered. I can't defeat myself. Du Xiaofu was healing his injuries, but his mind was in deep thought. When fighting with his own illusory figure, all the attacks were exactly the same. There was no way he could win. That illusory figure was like a mirror facing him. He couldn't defeat himself. Is there really no way to break out of this situation? Du Xiaofu was in deep thought. Fighting with an illusory figure that was exactly the same as him, that kind of feeling was very strange. Activating all kinds of profound in his body, he could fight with his own illusory figure in the mirror. It was as if he was dissecting himself, allowing him to see the truth. Throwing everything aside and fighting with myself can let me see myself clearly and understand myself, Du Xiaofu said in his heart. He had discovered some small profundities. Fighting with himself would undoubtedly allow him to see himself more clearly. Chapter 1728. Phew. After the treatment, Du Xiaofu did not spend much time comprehending. After his injuries were completely healed, he spat out a mouthful of turbid air and stood up. Boom! A surging aura swept out from Du Xiaofu's body, shaking the void invisibly. There was a great aura that suppressed Mo Tianxiao, Miameng King, and Thunderhawk King. Their minds trembled for no reason. The inside of the light screen is very strange. Mo Tianxiao looked at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, even he was affected. It was hard for him to win against himself. Is it really impossible for me to defeat myself? Du Xiaofu looked at the light screen and raised his eyebrows slightly. A faint smile appeared on his face. As his voice faded, his figure rushed into the light screen once again. In the light screen, Du Xiaofu's illusory figure appeared again. It was like a twin, exactly the same. Golden light burst out, lightning wreaked havoc, stars occupied the void, purple flames surged, and all kinds of beasts swept over, accompanied by the 8 trigrams profound. Fight! Du Xiaofu faced it head-on, activating all the means he had to face it head-on. Boom! The void in the light screen suddenly cracked. Waves surged and mysterious runes spread out. A large area of the void turned into a black vacuum, as if a huge hole was destroyed. Bang! Du Xiaofu was blasted into the square, causing the ground to crack. Rocks flew out, dust filled the air, and his body was dyed with blood. In the eyes of Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and King Miameng, who were outside the light screen, Du Xiaofu was fighting against himself. Bang bang! Du Xiaofu was blasted back and fell to the ground again. His body was covered in blood, and his injuries were very serious. There were cracks on his body. However, Du Xiaofu's eyes were firm, without any fear. Dueling oneself was a better way to analyze oneself. It would allow one to see oneself from the outside to the inside. Can he really defeat himself? Miameng King looked at the battle in the light screen, his eyes filled with shock. This human is too cruel. The Thunderhawk King was stunned and gasped. That human was fighting himself, and he was even fighting in such a ferocious manner, causing him to be stunned. Boom! Inside the light screen, in the chaotic void, the two of them clashed again amidst flashes of lightning and thunder. Du Xiaofu's illusory figure was knocked back, and Du Xiaofu's body was also sent flying. Pucci, Du Xiaofu spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Even with the indestructible Xian body, his body was still burning with pain as golden blood flowed out. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's purple-gold lightning eyes contained a fanatical smile as he softly muttered, "So that's how it is. I think I understand now. In order to defeat myself, I must first forget myself." Boom! Just as he muttered those words, there was a sudden rumble in the void. The void around Du Xiaofu was trembling, and the 9 divine rings of the Nirvana Grand Supremacy that had been circulating above his head became even more dazzling. The 10th divine ring that appeared and faded appeared once again. However, this time, the 10th divine ring didn't fade, but became more and more solid. The 10 resplendent divine rings were in the sky, dazzling and resplendent. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was in the sky, surrounded by the 8 trigrams diagram. The golden-winged great rock's beast energy, the spiral of the galaxy, the grass of immortality, the profound insight grass, and various other profound meanings were revolving around the 8 trigrams diagram in the sky. Rumble! In the void, torrential lightning swept across. Rumble! Rumble! The entire mottled ancient square was trembling and rumbling. Even the strange light screen was beginning to sway, as if it was about to crack. At this moment, the ground around them had already started to crack. The heavens and earth rumbled, and the sky trembled. The terrifying aura made the entire void tremble. At this moment, the 10 divine rings were in the sky, and an absolute supreme aura spread out, suppressing the heavens and earth. It was as if the heavens and earth were shaking, and it was shocking. The 10 divine rings were something that Thunderhawk King, Miameng King, and Mo Tian Shao had never seen before. Their eyes were trembling, and their souls were trembling. Even though they were Nirvana supremacies, their bodies were weak at this moment. 10 divine rings, could it be the legendary Nirvana Grand Supremacy? Mo Tian Zhao's eyes shot out a green light. He had heard of the legend of a Nirvana Grand Supremacy, but today was the first time he saw it, and he was deeply shocked. Du Xiaofu was in the sky, standing in the middle of the 8 trigrams diagram. At this moment, it was like a miracle. The energy of the heavens and earth was connected to his body, and it was refining his body and soul. This was a huge benefit. But at this moment, Du Xiaofu's opponent was also staring at Du Xiaofu. The most shocking thing was that Du Xiaofu's opponent also had 10 divine rings in the void above his head. He was a Nirvana Grand Supremacy. No, so what if he's a Nirvana Grand Supremacy? He's still walking the path that others have walked. There are already people in this world who have stepped on it. So what if he has stepped on it now? Du Xiaofu murmured. His purple-golden sun-like eyes were like purple-golden lightning shooting into the void, and a terrifying heavenly might shook the heavens. This is a path that others have already stepped on, and they can't defeat themselves. So what if they have stepped on it? To defeat themselves, they have to first forget themselves and then abandon themselves. Lightning flickered in Du Xiaofu's eyes, and a cruel smile suddenly hung on his resolute face. After that, under the horrified gazes of Mo Tian Shao, Thunderhawk King, and Miameng King, Du Xiaofu formed a hand seal that emitted a bright light. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood essence, gritted his teeth, and roared like thunder, "Break!" Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, the 10 divine rings above Du Xiaofu's head started to crumble inch by inch, starting from the 10th one. They exploded one after another with thunderous booms. Bang, bang, bang. As the 10 divine rings above Du Xiaofu's head exploded one after another, the 8 trigrams diagram around Du Xiaofu, the golden-winged great ping bird, and other phenomena also exploded at the same time. Rumble, violent energy swept out, and the talismans and mysterious runes exploded, scattering in the void like fireworks. Heavens! What is he doing? Isn't he too cruel to himself? Is he trying to self-detonate? Thunderhawk King, Meng King, and the others were horrified, and their hair stood on end. He's self-detonating. Perhaps he's trying to take another path. The azure light in Tianxiao's eyes fluctuated like stormy wave. Sizzle, Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of blood, and the 10 divine rings above his head exploded. The surrounding void exploded in an instant, as if it was self-detonating. However, at this moment, the identical shadow did not self-destruct. Instead, it shone with dazzling light. It was the nirvana of a consummate Grand Supreme. Along with the momentum of heaven and earth, it activated the 8 trigrams diagram and the purple-gold thunder rock. With a destructive and domineering manner, it formed the supreme attack of a consummate Grand Supreme. It charged towards Du Xiaofu from the void. Chapter 1729. Screech. The purple-gold lightning that blotted out the sky came crashing down. The purple-gold thunder rock screeched as its terrifying aura shook the surroundings. Rumble, amidst the lightning and thunder, the sky was filled with dazzling runes. The destructive aura moved together and enveloped Du Xiaofu. As the purple-gold thunder rock's aura descended, the 8 trigrams also appeared. In a short period of time, strange phenomena occurred. The surrounding space was filled with pitch-black spatial cracks, revealing a heart-palpitating pitch-black light that caused the void to tremble violently. In an instant, the sky was collapsing and the void was exploding, emitting dazzling light. Oh my God! Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and Meng King were shocked as they watched. Even their Yuan spirits were trembling. It was a destructive aura that came crashing down. It was unstoppable. It's too terrifying. At this moment, even a peak domain realm expert would be severely injured if they didn't die. Tianxiao exclaimed. He knew best that with Du Xiaofu's progress during this period of time, Du Xiaofu had long since possessed the strength to contend against a domain realm expert. In the outside world, a Nirvana realm expert at the peak of the Nirvana realm would already be able to contend against a domain realm expert. For such an existence, killing an opponent from the outside world was absolutely a piece of cake. Now, Du Xiaofu's opponent was exactly the same as Du Xiaofu. This Du Xiaofu's illusion was even affected by Du Xiaofu's earlier actions and stepped into the peak Nirvana realm. At this moment, this illusory figure was equivalent to Du Xiaofu himself. If he were to go all out, his strength would be sufficient to fight against a Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle Cultivator head-on. The terrifying aura had already arrived in front of Du Xiaofu in an instant. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was cracking and his aura was extremely weak. One was strong to the peak, the other was weak to the point of being weak. The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to fight against one another. What is he doing? Is he courting death? Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and the others exclaimed at the same time. Du Xiaofu's Nirvana realm. Tianxiao and the others knew very well that even if they were to enter the light barrier, they would not be able to do anything. It was simply not their place to interfere with the situation inside the light barrier. At this moment, Du Xiaofu looked at the thunder rock and revealed his bloody teeth. His teeth was purple thunder rockses. That's SSSS. What's s nins? Forget. Give up. That's the only way to be free. When his voice faded, Du Xiaofu didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. At this moment, there was no energy fluctuation on Du Xiaofu's body. Fresh blood flowed from his cracked body, but he still strode forward with his head held high. He stepped on the void and crossed the huge purple-gold thunder rock. His physical body strode forward amidst the purple-gold thunderbolt. The purple-gold thunder rock crossed the void and pierced through Du Xiaofu's body. At this moment, the entire world began to ripple with a violent, majestic, destructive energy. The purple-gold thunder rock was dazzling like a sea of thunder. Various powers of Upanishads fused and turned into a violent, destructive energy that filled the air. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's shadow stormed out. The strange phenomenon fluctuated, and energy shot up into the sky. The palm fell with an 8 trigrams pattern and the power of a perfected grand sovereign. It also contained the Milky Way, the purple flame, the dark penetrating grass, the immortal grass, and other strange phenomena. Then, it fell on Du Xiaofu's cracked body. Defeating yourself isn't a real defeat. You have to kill your old self. Forget, give up, and free yourself. At this moment, Du Xiaofu extended his hand. He didn't use any power Upanishad. He just attacked instinctively. However, his attack twisted the void and turned into a finger seal. Eventually, it plunged into the shadow's glabella. Thump, thump, thump. Du Xiaofu's real body was hit on the head by the shadow that looked exactly like him. Instantly, his aura collapsed. His body couldn't withstand the terrifying aura anymore. Outside the light curtain, his body shattered inch by inch in front of the 3 frightened eyes. Then, Du Xiaofu's body exploded in the void. Golden blood rained down and golden light rippled. However, at the same time, Du Xiaofu's illusory opponent, who looked exactly like his real body, was also pierced through between his eyebrows. Dazzling runes fluctuated, and the 8 trigrams pattern in the void cracked. The 10 divine rings of the perfected Grand Supreme Being dimmed. The purple-gold thunder rock dissipated, and everything began to disappear. Swish, swish. Mysterious runes and talismans shattered like a tide. Then, everything disappeared. The shadow that looked exactly like Du Xiaofu was finally killed and disappeared. The fragmented mysterious runes condensed in the void and turned into a divine light that shrouded the void, causing it to sparkle. However, there was nothing there. Du Xiaofu's figure had completely exploded, as if he had perished together with his opponent. Not good, Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King exclaimed, their faces turning pale with fright. During this period of time, they had already treated Du Xiaofu as one of their own. From the beginning of their cooperation until now, they had established a deep relationship with him. At this moment, when they saw Du Xiaofu being killed, Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King's hearts trembled. Their faces were desolate and gloomy. Is he really unable to defeat himself? Even he has failed. Who else can succeed? Mo Tianxiao sighed. He sighed because of his internal injuries. Even someone as powerful and ferocious as he was, as talented as he was unable to overcome this obstacle. Who else in this world could overcome this obstacle? Sigh. Outside the light screen, 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on the light screen. Under the illumination of the divine light, everything was calm. Only Du Xiaofu's body, which had exploded into a bloody mist, remained. Everything else had disappeared. Sigh, the 3 of them sighed. After a long time, they couldn't regain their senses. It was as if they had suffered the greatest blow. At this moment, none of them wanted to say anything. They just stood there silently and sighed. He failed. In the end, he still failed. He was as powerful as a monster among monsters. He was able to shake the world. But in the end, he was still defeated. Mia Meng King said after a long time. Seeing Du Xiaofu fall, she was filled with emotions. She had never had a good impression of humans. However, during this period of time, she felt that some humans weren't bad. Of course, it was just some humans. He was a complete great sovereign, but he wanted to self-destruct. It seemed like he wanted to do something. But in the end, he still failed. What a pity! Thunderhawk King said as Mia Meng King spoke. His expression was gloomy, carrying a sense of desolation that he had never felt before. However, at this moment, Qin Guang's eyes were fixed on the screen of light. He frowned and spoke. Suddenly, his voice trembled a little. Qing Guang's eyes trembled fiercely, and he immediately said to Thunder Eagle King and Mia Meng King, "Not necessarily. There might be a chance for a turn of events." Chapter 1730. Hearing Mo Tianxiao's words, Thunder Eagle King and Mia Meng King immediately fixed their gazes on the screen of light. Walala! At this moment, within the screen of light, Du Xiaofu's illusory opponent shattered and turned into a divine light. It was unknown when, but a resplendent light was quietly fluctuating, emitting a faint rumbling sound. Although Du Xiaofu's physical body seemed to have exploded, the bloody mist that filled the sky did not dissipate at all. Under the illumination of the divine light, it did not show any signs of dissipating at all. Instead, it became even more resplendent. At the same time, the bloody mist that filled the sky also automatically condensed, fluctuating with purple electric arcs. It became more and more dazzling, making it difficult to see clearly with the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Thunder Eagle King and Mia Meng King were both shocked. He condensed and did not dissipate. I keep feeling that he still has a trace of life force. Mo Tianxiao looked at the changes in the screen of light. His voice was somewhat hoarse from excitement, and his fists were slightly clenched. Hearing this, Thunder Eagle King and Mia Meng King looked at the changes in the screen of light with astonishment. Naturally, they believed Mo Tianxiao. At this moment, the two of them were afraid that they had missed something, and looked at each other closely. Qi La! Within the divine light, the screen of light became more and more dazzling. Suddenly, the void trembled, and then an 8 trigrams void diagram appeared in the void. Within the 8 trigrams void diagram, all of the faint golden bloody mist condensed and finally gathered together. Under the fluctuation of the purple-gold electric arcs, Du Xiaofu's physical body, which was clearly shattered in the middle of the 8 trigrams void diagram, appeared at this moment. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu appeared completely clean, with no clothes covering his body. However, Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped by various kinds of energy light, like a miracle. The divine light enveloped Du Xiaofu. This divine light contained a strange energy. Even without the immortal profound body, it was able to condense the bloody mist that did not dissipate and restore Du Xiaofu. However, with the immortal profound body, Du Xiaofu's recovery speed was much faster. GG. It was also at this moment that a rock's cry pierced through the clouds and cracked rocks. The sound waves pierced through the void. Du Xiaofu's body was suddenly surrounded by purple lightning. After that, under the trembling gazes of Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and King Miameng, an enormous violet-gold lightning rock appeared behind him. The violet-gold lightning rock let out a cry while its entire body flickered with violet-gold arcs of lightning, and a flap of its wings was like 2 waterfalls of lightning that hung in the sky. It seemed as if it intended to soar into the sky and soar into the sky while its ferocious might spread out, causing the entire ancient space to tremble. Boom! In the void above Du Xiaofu's head, the 10 divine rings that were like divine flames had exploded. At this moment, they began to condense again. They were like the rising sun that brought about halos in the void. They appeared like the rising sun. In an instant, the pressure in the void surged, and the general momentum surged. The surrounding space could no longer withstand the crushing force of the heaven and earth, and it began to explode amidst cracking sounds. Terrifying energy shot out in all directions, and in an instant electric arcs surged and spread out, and mysterious runes covered the sky and earth. This, Thunderhawk King, King Miameng, and Mo Tianxiao were shocked and surprised at the same time. In the light screen, everything had yet to end. Under the astonished gazes of Thunderhawk King, King Miameng, and Mo Tianxiao, the 8 trigrams diagram in the light screen gradually merged with the violet gold lightning rock that was condensing around Du Xiaofu's body. Accompanying it were the ripples of the Milky Way, the billowing purple flames, the immortal grass and the nether grass that were releasing resplendent light and pressure. When all of this was fusing, The 10 divine rings that had been exploded by Du Xiaofu in the void above Du Xiaofu's head were also condensing at this moment. However, it wasn't the 10 divine rings that had recovered, but the 9 divine rings that were originally the most resplendent divine flames were also fusing together. The light was resplendent, and the area was also expanding. At the same time, in the void, there were mountains and lakes moving. Resplendent golden light, dazzling rainbow light, lightning radiance, mist, and raging flames were fusing with the violet gold lightning rock. The Milky Way fell, the purple flames fused, and the immortal grass and the nether grass intertwined. The resplendent mysterious runes were fluctuating, constantly arranging and deducing, as if they were fusing together in the most natural way. My God, he's creating his own path. He's going to succeed. Mo Tianxiao clenched his fists tightly. His fists were numb, and his body was trembling. At this moment, Mo Tianxiao could see that Du Xiaofu had destroyed the perfect great sovereign nirvana realm because he wanted to walk his own unique path. He didn't want to follow in the footsteps of others. During this period of time, Du Xiaofu had fought countless battles with those illusory opponents that seemed to have crossed through time and space. He had obtained great benefit. The most important benefit wasn't the increase of his cultivation base, but the sublimation of his comprehension. He had broken his own limits time and time again, and now, he had finally succeeded. Finally, the violet gold lightning rock's illusory figure, the 8 trigrams, and various other profound meanings fused together. The 8 trigrams covered the nether grass in the void, and the immortal grass in the other wing. Purple flames lingered around the violet gold lightning rock's feathers, and the Milky Way's radiance flickered. The violet gold lightning rock screeched and flapped its wings. It was as if the 8 trigrams had enveloped it. Purple flames surged and starlight surged. This was a strange, illusory figure of a rock, but it looked natural. All of this was extremely strange, but it also formed a new kind of miracle. Du Xiaofu's figure, which was wrapped in light, appeared on top of the terrifying violet gold lightning rock's head. It was as if he was stepping on the Milky Way. Starlight fluctuated, and it was as if there were stars swirling and rolling under his feet. Stepping on the Milky Way's star, crossing the purple flames, and being enveloped by divine light, it was as if a god was in the sky. Boom! Du Xiaofu appeared, wrapped in resplendent light. One could also see the resplendent purple gold of his flesh. His entire body seemed to contain an incomparably vast aura, as if he could control this part of the world. Oh my God, what kind of power is this? God, is he the demon king or a god descending to this world? Thunder Eagle King, Miameng King, and Mo Tianxiao exclaimed in shock. They were all shocked. That terrifying power through the light screen had already made their hair stand on end. Then, just how terrifying was the power within the light screen at this moment? There is no true perfection in this world. I disdain to step into that kind of false perfection. Perfection is just a new starting point. 9 return to 1, condense. When the strange violet gold lightning rock completely merged with everything, Du Xiaofu's figure stepped out. Above the void, Du Xiaofu's loud shout suddenly resounded. When his voice fell, Du Xiaofu's essence, energy, and spirit boiled. His will erupted, guiding the surrounding energy of heaven and earth to gather. In the end, all of it was thrown into the 9 broken divine rings above his head. Suddenly, the 9 divine rings emitted divine light. It was incomparably blazing, and it merged with heaven and earth. In the end, it formed a kind of resonance, causing an extremely terrifying fluctuation to appear in the surrounding void. It was like a surging wave. Boom! The void continued to crack, and the scene was horrifying. The ground was continuously shattered. The 9 divine rings that were like divine flames had completely merged together. 9 returned to 1, and it appeared in the sky. There were no longer 9 or 10 divine rings. Instead, it turned into a huge divine ring that perfectly covered the strange violet gold lightning rock. The radiance was incomparably resplendent, and it flickered for a long time. Its aura was shocking, and endless rays of light gushed out, shaking the surroundings. Above the violet gold lightning rock, at the same time, a shocking energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from Du Xiaofu's body. Rumble! Finally, the strange light curtain outside could no longer withstand the terrifying power at this moment. With a rumbling sound, it began to crack and shatter, turning into a mass of hazy light that slowly dissipated in the square. Rustle, the sky shook, but at this moment, a beam of divine light descended from the 9 heavens, enveloping Du Xiaofu, Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and Mie Meng King. This divine light was very strange, and it was far more profound than the sovereign lightning rain that was attracted by a Nirvana realm expert. Heavens! I'm recovering! My injuries are recovering! Suddenly, Thunderhawk King and Mie Meng King cried out in alarm. The two of them felt a shocking change. That mysterious divine light had turned into an endless stream of pure energy that poured into their bodies. This divine light couldn't increase one's strength by much, but after it entered the bodies of Thunderhawk King and Mie Meng King, it was able to heal the injuries of Thunderhawk King and Mie Meng King from 1,000 years ago. As the divine light enveloped them, Mo Tianxiao's face was filled with astonishment. The divine light that descended emitted auspicious rays of light that poured into their bodies. It was able to sublimate them and reforge their bodies. It was as if they were undergoing nirvana again. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was standing on the violet gold lightning rock, and he was also bathing in the divine light. He was enveloped by the most resplendent divine light, and his aura was unceasing. However, the divine light was also rushing towards Du Xiaofu without stopping. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled around Du Xiaofu's body, and mysterious runes revolved around him in the void. His body was glowing, resonating with the void. At this moment, the radiance that filled his body was like a violet gold sun, dazzling and gorgeous. But at this moment, the surrounding space had already been plunged into darkness. The darkness was profound, and only the violet gold lightning rock in the middle emitted a radiant light. However, the darkness made one feel like they were about to be devoured. It made one's origin soul tremble. Chapter 1731. At this moment, Du Xiaofu stood on the body of the violet gold thunder rock in the air. His body was withered and cracked. From his original state of death, he had recovered and reformed. A majestic aura gushed out from his body, and the energy in the world gushed in as well. Everything seemed to have gone through a reincarnation cycle. Abandonment, death, recovery, strength. Such a cycle of reincarnation. Du Xiaofu felt that the hidden potential in his body was being completely released. There was an energy that was like a vast ocean that was surging with wave. Resplendent rays of light enveloped his body. Du Xiaofu had recovered completely. His body was even more sparkling and translucent, emitting resounding sounds. The 9 divine rings transformed into one and floated in the sky. It just happened to envelop the 8 trigrams on the purple gold thunder rock's body. Everything seemed to have been formed by nature. Du Xiaofu was like a world-shaking god within it. Abandonment, fighting to live after death. He abandoned his past and severed his previous path. His opponent killed him because his previous path was obstructing him. And he killed his opponent because he personally overturned his previous path. At this moment, he cleared everything and walked on a path that belongs to him. Mo Tianxiao finally understood. His heavenly wolf body was being refined by the divine light. However, he was deeply shocked in his heart. Mo Tianxiao finally understood Du Xiaofu's goal all along. That savage fellow had succeeded. A path that belonged to him had been opened. It was as if a brand new world had been opened. Why did the symbol of 9 divine rings turn into one? What kind of rebirth is this? The Thunderhawk King's fleshly body was recovering. However, it was not only the recovery of his fleshly body, but also the recovery of the injuries that had been hidden within his body for 1,000 years. At the same time, his lightning-like eyes were looking at Du Xiaofu, who was like a god within the vision, and he was shocked. He had never seen such a vision before. The symbol of 9 divine rings had actually turned into a single ring. I think that's his own rebirth. Perhaps he is the only one who has succeeded since ancient times. Miameng King spoke. At this moment, the Miameng bird's body was fluctuating within the divine light. Rumble! Finally, when the divine ring appeared in the sky, the purple-gold thunder rock and the 8 trigrams diagram completely merged, and a vast heavenly might filled the air. However, this heavenly might was not as mighty as the nirvana of a lesser utmost exalted, the nirvana of a greater utmost exalted, or even the nirvana of a greater utmost exalted. This kind of heavenly might spread. Although it was not loud, it caused the beast souls of Mo Tian Shao, Thunderhawk King and Miameng King, who were in the midst of being baptized, to hesitate. Facing the godlike Du Xiaofu, they had a feeling of wanting to kneel down and worship him. In the void, Du Xiaofu was shrouded in divine light. Compared to his original cracked body, blood, and weak aura, everything was now in reverse, as if he was in a reincarnation cycle. After the 9 divine fire-like divine rings fused into one, divine light filled the void with a kind of sacred radiance, enveloping Du Xiaofu and nourishing his body and divine soul little by little. At this moment, everyone could see that Du Xiaofu had succeeded. This was a great opportunity, and everything had stabilized. Walala, at this moment, after Du Xiaofu's aura had recovered to its original peak, it was still rising. This time, after being trapped in this place, he had challenged his limits time and time again, and even defeated himself in the end. All of this was the accumulation of power. At this moment, all of this accumulation had become Du Xiaofu's stepping stone. It allowed him to be reborn after being pushed to the brink of death, as if he was being reborn from nirvana. After challenging his limits time and time again, he had fought until the sky turned dark. Not to mention that an ordinary person's body would not be able to withstand it, their spirit would have already collapsed and fallen into despair. This was not only a tempering of one's body, but also an indescribable torment of one's spirit. This was a kind of test, and also a kind of tempering, but it was difficult for ordinary people to overcome it. Even those sovereigns would be trapped to death by themselves in the end, and eventually pass away in meditation. However, Du Xiaofu had managed to overcome it, and he had broken through his limits time and time again. The more he fought, the braver he became. With hope and faith in his heart, he had finally forged his own path. Du Xiaofu had given up on the complete nirvana of a great supreme. Du Xiaofu had already set foot in moksha, and this made him feel emotional. Even if he had set foot in moksha, he would still fall behind moksha. If an ordinary person had achieved complete nirvana of a great supreme, who could resist it? However, Du Xiaofu had given up, and he had chosen to give up regardless of the consequences. He wanted to walk his own path, a path that even he had not seen clearly and had never heard of in any legends or records. But now hard work paid off. With ferocity and great perseverance, Du Xiaofu had succeeded. The divine ring was especially bright and shining, and it erupted with a brilliant fierceness, like the rising sun. Du Xiaofu was enveloped and blended with it. He was transcendental, sacred, and inviolable. The surging aura around him was like a waterfall, surging and boiling violently. Looking from afar, Du Xiaofu had become the only one in this void. He was incomparably dazzling, and he was receiving the baptism and forging of heaven and earth. He gave people a feeling of the beginning of heaven and earth, and all living things being born. Especially on the purple-gold thunder rock, the starry river fluctuated, and all kinds of strange phenomena appeared in the sky. It was as if a new world was being born. Buzz! Wind and thunder resounded in the void. This ancient land was rumbling, and it swept through the sky and earth, causing the void to undulate. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had stepped on the purple-gold thunder rock, and it was as if he was standing at the peak of the same realm. He could look down on those in the same realm, and he could defeat all the opponents in the same realm. Even if he had returned to the ancient times, the current Du Xiaofu could compete with those sovereigns in the ancient times. He could look down on everyone, and he could look down on all heroes. Whoosh! In the turbulent void, Du Xiaofu's aura continued to rise. After it had surpassed the level of nirvana breakthrough, it finally calmed down. It was just that Du Xiaofu had reached the final bottleneck, but he was still obstructed, and he couldn't cross it completely. Roar! Then, a loud roar suddenly came out from Du Xiaofu's mouth. It was like the cry of a rock piercing through the clouds and splitting rocks. It was also like the cry of a dragon and the cry of a divine elephant. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes opened at the same time. The light in his eyes was like two bolts of purple-gold lightning that rushed out, piercing through the void, and shot towards the heavens. Whoosh! Above the void, the purple-gold thunder rock disappeared, and the divine rings disappeared. All kinds of strange phenomena disappeared. The divine light that descended from the heavens also slowly retreated, quietly hiding in the void, and all of them disappeared. The heavenly might in the void also calmed down, and it was no longer intimidating. It returned to normal. However, at this moment, the bodies of Thunderhawk King, Miameng King, and Mo Tian Shao were floating in the void. Their eyes were closed, and although the divine light had been withdrawn, the three of them had obtained amazing benefits. They seemed to be digesting and comprehending. The supreme thunderstorm brought by the nirvana of a grand sovereign was enough to give all living beings a great opportunity. However, the divine light that Du Xiaofu had just brought was obviously much stronger than the supreme thunderstorm. Although all of the benefits disappeared into the void, most of them were absorbed by Mo Tian Shao and the other two, and they were refining their divine souls. Huff! The purple-gold lightning in Du Xiaofu's eyes was withdrawn, and it started to become strangely calm. Light and purple electric arcs fluctuated on his smooth body. Although they weren't visible at a glance, his whole body was emitting a kind of charm that made people's hearts tremble. Only by giving up can I make new discoveries. Only by giving up can I make new gains. This is the most suitable path for me. This is my own nirvana. Perfection isn't really perfection. It's just a thought, and the heart will be destroyed. 9 nines return to 1, and 1 is immeasurable. This is called immeasurable nirvana. Du Xiaofu murmured softly, as if he was talking to himself. However, I'm still half a step away from the nirvana realm. As soon as his voice fell, Du Xiaofu slightly clenched his fist, and the void shattered. He said, "Is this the power of half-step nirvana?" Boom! As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the void in the sky suddenly trembled. A purple electric arc seeped out from the void and fell on Du Xiaofu's body, enveloping him. Chapter 1732. At this moment, Du Xiaofu saw a palace appear not far in front of him. It floated in the depths of the void, as if it was an illusion. There were dazzling purple electric arcs. At this moment, a dazzling light swept into Du Xiaofu's eyes, causing Du Xiaofu to close his eyes again. At the same time, the space rippled, and Du Xiaofu's figure strangely disappeared into the void. When Du Xiaofu opened his eyes again, a dazzling light spread out in front of him. This was an ancient palace. There were mottled traces everywhere, but other than that there was nothing else. Just as Du Xiaofu was puzzled, the light in the palace fluctuated. There were faint purple electric arcs fluctuating, and then a tall figure appeared. Buzz! When this figure appeared, Du Xiaofu immediately felt the purple lightning profound cauldron in his divine watchtower tremble. It was a man in a long green robe. His appearance was heroic and imposing. He was clearly an illusory figure, but he rippled with a supreme pressure. This man's eyes were like the sun, and they could look down on the world. It was as if he could see through everything in this world, and see through the reincarnation of all living things. Senior, it's you. When he saw the illusory figure of the Supreme Man in green robes, Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. This was already the second time he had seen the illusory figure of the Supreme Man. Back then, when he had obtained the purple lightning profound cauldron in the sealed ancient land in the central region, he had seen it. It was the existence who called himself the master of the 3,000 great world. He was also the supreme expert who was rumored to have sealed the ancient demon. Even this space in the divine domain was set up by this person and the dragon god. The man in green robes looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "The great calamity is coming. When this place opens for the last time, someone has barely met my requirement. In the vast universe, he can barely compete with those outstanding peers." Senior, is this your test? Du Xiaofu was stunned, but he was not surprised. He had guessed that this was a test, but this test was too difficult. However, in the eyes of the sovereign of the 3,000 cosmos, passing this series of tests, defeating 9 invincible existences of the same realm, and finally defeating himself, was just barely passing. While Du Xiaofu was shocked, he was also a little unwilling to admit defeat. It can't be considered a test, it's just a tempering exercise. You're not bad. This is also the reason why I left this space behind. It's also the reason why I told people to spread the word that this space contains the greatest opportunity. You're tempering yourself, but you're also obtaining an opportunity. However, you're the first one to be able to withstand this opportunity, said the green-robed man. Senior, isn't the greatest fortunate encounter in the Supreme Tomb? Du Xiaofu was flabbergasted. It turned out that the tempering that was enough to make one despair was the greatest opportunity in the divine domain. However, after thinking about it carefully, Du Xiaofu agreed with the green-robed man. No opportunity could be compared to one's own strength. Although he had been trapped here for a period of time, he had been able to fully comprehend the infinite nirvana realm and reach the half-step reincarnation nirvana realm by fighting with those illusory opponents time and time again. Not only was there a world of difference in strength, but more importantly, there was a transformation from the outside to the inside, and his spirit was once again refined. Such a great opportunity was all because of this strange place. Otherwise, Du Xiaofu did not know if he could have such a transformation in this life. Supreme Tomb? You're talking about that space, right? Hearing this, the green-robed illusory man was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "That place is indeed extremely dangerous. There are also many treasures and ancient inheritances that you think are good in this world, and there are also a few sword moves that I've copied for the fated person. However, after all, it's someone else's path. It can't be compared to the path that I've walked. Moreover, that place was not left by me, but by a brother of mine for his descendants." Senior didn't leave that place behind. Du Xiaofu was stunned. So the Supreme Tomb was not left behind by the master of the 3,000 great worlds in front of him. The green-robed man did not speak. He smiled faintly, and the illusory figure flicked his sleeve. A wave of light rippled, and immediately, a void scroll appeared in front of Du Xiaofu's eyes. Inside the void scroll was a misty space that was extremely strange. Giant stones could be suspended in the air, and there were ancient and incomplete palaces everywhere. On the ground there were large amounts of huge beast skeletons. The white bones were eerie and glowed. Swoosh, swoosh, strong winds blew in that space, and occasionally, there were spatial light blades that whizzed past, shattering the void and turning into murderous intent. In that space, the most terrifying thing was that there were some illusory energies. Accompanied by the power of the remnant souls, they could devour the yuan spirit of a person, and they were fighting with many figures. Within the void scroll, Du Xiaofu saw many familiar figures. His big sister, Du Xiaoman, Zhou Xiaoluo, and the others were fiercely fighting with many illusory energies. After a moment, in a broken palace, the 18 celestial guards were sitting cross-legged. Divine light shrouded them, as if they had obtained some great lucky chance. Lian Qingrong, Yeluhan, Kong Sansi, his drunkard father, his big brother Zhen Qinchun, Ouyang Shuang, Zi Xian, and Yi Zijin. These familiar figures were either fighting or comprehending something. On a vast boulder surrounded by misty clouds, a peerlessly beautiful woman was shrouded in purple lightning and resplendent radiance. Around the boulder, there was a blurry figure in the void. She held a long sword in her hand, and rays of sword light shot out. They seemed ordinary, but if one looked carefully, they were actually profound and complex. The peerlessly beautiful woman's figure flashed. She held a resplendent long sword in her hand, and rays of sword light shot out along with it. Xiaojing. Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered. The beautiful woman on the boulder was none other than his little sister, Xiaojing. This woman isn't bad. She seems to have a deep relationship with you. Her talent is extraordinary. Back then, I casually copied a few moves of my big brother's Sword of Jade Maiden, and she can be considered to have just barely crossed the threshold. This time, there are also several good seedlings with extraordinary talent. It's just that they haven't walked their own path yet. There isn't much time left, maybe they will have a chance in the future. The azure-robed man spoke, a smile in his eyes. After that, the void scroll changed once more. In the misty void, a strange dragon could be seen. Its body was covered in golden flames, and when it spread its wings, it was like a phoenix. Starlight rippled, and the black tortoise divine shell on its back emitted an inky black radiance, completely fusing with its body. A phoenix's cry rang out. In front of the strange dragon, space and time fluctuated. A resplendent seven-colored phoenix phantom appeared, flapping its wings and soaring through space. It caused the space around it to tremble, as if it wanted to crush it. Little Star. Du Xiaofu was a little surprised. That was Little Star's original body. Looking at the commotion, it was obvious that Little Star had also obtained great benefits. This little guy has finally appeared. He has a great relationship with me. He has truly awakened all the bloodlines in his body. When the time comes, he will lend you a hand. However, all of this has yet to be determined. The demon of chaos has already escaped, and the other 8 purple thunder profound cauldrons have also been suppressed by the demon. They have yet to be truly controlled. You need to speed up the fusion of the 9 cauldrons and command the 9 families to eradicate the demon of chaos in this world. If the other purple thunder profound cauldrons are truly controlled by the demon, this world will be plunged into a terrible situation. At that time, even I will be powerless and unable to interfere. The void scroll slowly disappeared. The azure-robed man's phantom stared at Du Xiaofu. Everything that happened seemed to be happening right in front of his eyes. Nothing in this world could escape his prying eyes. Senior, how exactly am I going to eradicate those demons? With my current strength, I'm afraid it's far from enough. Du Xiaofu said. He knew very well that the strength of those demons was monstrous. Back then, it was said that the Lord of the 3,000 great worlds and the Dragon God could only suppress them, but could not eradicate them. He was afraid that his strength was far from enough. Everything will be arranged. What you need to do is to work hard to strengthen yourself. You are the last chance. If even you fail, then this world can only truly be reduced to a demon's domain. The azure-robed phantom looked at Du Xiaofu. With a sweep of his illusory long sleeve, 2 Qiankuan bags appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. He said, "As a reward for passing the trial, I have 3 things for you." Chapter 1733. Thank you, Senior. Du Xiaofu didn't even think about it. He immediately took the 2 Qiankuan bags in front of him. No matter how low the level of the items given by the ruler of the 3,000 worlds was, they were definitely treasures. Why would Du Xiaofu be courteous? They're just some small trinkets. There's a defensive martial skill that I used when I was young. It's quite useful. Although your world cultivates profound qi, it's still the same, so you can still cultivate it. There's also some things that I used when I was young. They were developed by the seniors of my sect using a secret technique and the cores of monster beasts. They're called raging flame bombs. Later on, I improved on some of the refining methods, so they're called raging flame bombs. There's a total of 3 of them. According to the level of your world, even peak Master Realm cultivators would find it difficult to defend against them. With your current cultivation, they should be useful at crucial moments, the azure-robed man said to Du Xiaofu. Defensive martial skill, raging flame bombs. Du Xiaofu held the 2 cosmos sacks in his hand. In particular, the raging flame bombs were something that peak Master Realm cultivators could not defend against. They were simply treasures among treasures. They were definitely a trump card and trump card. However, there were only 2 cosmos sacks in his hand. Du Xiaofu inspected the cosmos sacks with his consciousness. There were no restrictions on the cosmos sacks. One of the cosmos sacks contained a set of martial skill jade slip. The other cosmos sack contained 3 brocade boxes. They should contain the 3 raging flame bombs. However, there was no third item. Afterwards, Du Xiaofu was rather puzzled. He asked, "Senior, what's the third item?" "Kid, you only care about benefits." The azure-robed man rolled his eyes. However, when he thought about it, he seemed to have been the same when he was young. The azure-robed man smiled faintly and said, "The trials I left behind here are all the energy projections of some experts of the past. They're all-encompassing and contain various profundities. Perhaps they've already been lost in the current world, but they can help you comprehend your own body better. However, this kind of arrangement requires a lot of energy. You have already gone through the training and consumed the largest amount of energy in this space. All the restrictions in this space can no longer be maintained, but this space can continue to exist." After pausing for a moment, the green-robed man's eyes moved and he looked down on the world for no reason. He continued, "The third thing I want to give you is this entire space. This is a battlefield that collapsed during the Great Calamity. There are many ruins left behind, but there are also many dangers. The reason why I left this space behind is to let you feel the aura of the great battle back then, so that the world won't be caught off guard when the evil demons appear. However, you are currently unable to completely control this space. Once this space is completely closed, you can reopen this place. However, if you want to reopen this space, you will need to at least step into the Saint Martial realm. In particular, opening this space will require even more effort. The will I left behind can no longer support this place. This space will close again in a few days. Remember, the universe is vast and boundless. There are numerous races, and the path of the strong is endless. After we gather the 9 cauldrons, block the great calamity, and kill the evil spirits, we might have a chance to fight side by side. If you fail, not to mention this space, the entire world will become a demonic domain." When the green-robed man finished speaking, the illusory figure slowly dissipated. A resplendent light swept into the space between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows and disappeared. "Senior, after this space closes, what will happen to the ancient demonic beast descendants inside?" Du Xiaofu immediately asked when he thought of the Thunderhawk King, Miameng King, Yunzhan, and the others. "This place already belongs to you. However, you will need to at least step into the Saint Martial realm to be able to open and control it. However, the restriction inside has already disappeared. They can come out, but they can also stay here." The green-robed man's final words reverberated in Du Xiaofu's mind. Then, a resplendent light with faint arcs of electricity bloomed in Du Xiaofu's mind's Naiwan palace. Du Xiaofu's eyes were tightly shut, and his mind was trembling. Suddenly, the entire divine domain appeared in his mind's prying. The vast and boundless land and various dangers. With a thought, Du Xiaofu was able to pry into an extremely far distance. He suddenly felt that his mind was connected to this place. "This is the divine domain. I have the entire divine domain." Du Xiaofu was pleasantly surprised. The entire divine domain seemed to have been forcefully poured into his mind. With a thought, His mind could pry into the surroundings. After a moment, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. There was some astonishment and surprise in the depths of his eyes. He muttered softly, "The divine domain belongs to me." That resplendent arc of electricity swept into his mind. It was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that it was related to the entire divine domain. It was the master of the 3,000 great worlds, who had given the entire divine domain to him. However, Du Xiaofu felt a little regretful. After the divine domain closed, he would need to at least reach the legendary Saint Martial realm before he could open it again. At present, he was still unable to control the divine domain. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. He was still in shock. He did not expect to see the master of the 3,000 great worlds again. However, it was just a thought. How tyrannical was that? No matter what, the deadlock has been broken. The divine domain has not closed yet. Du Xiaofu let out a sigh of relief. Originally, he was worried that the space of the God realm would close after fighting with the shadow for such a long time. However, judging from the fact that the space of the God realm had been opened for the last time, the space of the God realm hadn't closed yet. This deadlock had been solved. The tomb of the supreme martial artist is a blessing in disguise. A faint smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. Losing the supreme tomb was a pity. However, at this moment it seemed that it was a blessing in disguise. The entire divine domain was now in his hands. The greatest opportunity was also obtained by him. If he had entered the supreme tomb back then, all of this would have nothing to do with him. However, based on what he had seen from the spatial painting earlier, the greatest opportunity in the supreme tomb was related to the tiny star. No one could obtain it. The second greatest treasure in the supreme tomb was the sword technique left behind by the master of the 3,000 great world. It seemed to have been obtained by his sister as well. Blazing lightning bullet. Du Xiaofu took out one of the 3 brocade boxes from his cosmos sack. There was a scarlet ball inside. It was the size of an infant's fist. It was translucent like red glass and crackled with purplish golden lightning. Blazing energy and a presence of destruction pulsed within it. What terrifying energy! However, Du Xiaofu's heart trembled violently from just a single glance. The blazing energy and presence of destruction caused his heart to tremble. Crack! Du Xiaofu immediately closed the brocade box. The energy contained within the blazing lightning bomb was enough to make one's heart tremble. Once it was released and exploded, its power was unimaginable. It could even kill a peak overlord realm cultivator, so it wasn't just a mere treasure. Legalism, dragons, school of vertical and horizontal, a malicious smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face as the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Next time, even if he ran into old, undying experts from the school of legalism, the 3 blazing thunderbolts would be enough to make them pay a heavy price. After putting the blazing lightning bullet away happily, another jade slip appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. May I know what defensive martial skill this is? He had taken it out from the cosmos sack left behind by the master of the 3,000 great world. It was a defensive martial skill that the master of the 3,000 great worlds had used in the past. Du Xiaofu was both curious and eager to learn about it. Although Du Xiaofu was quite confident in his body, Du Xiaofu did not pay much attention to ordinary defensive techniques and treasures. Although ordinary defensive techniques and treasures could increase his defense, they would also deplete his profound energy. In comparison, Du Xiaofu had the indestructible profound body and the body of a true Peng that had been refined by the golden-winged great Peng bird. Ordinary defensive techniques and treasures might be a burden to him. However, Du Xiaofu was extremely interested in the defensive martial skill left behind by the master of the 3,000 great world. It was probably something extraordinary. How do I cultivate it? Du Xiaofu held the jade slip. He probed it with his soul, but there was no reaction. He formed a seal with his hand and poured a sliver of profound energy into the jade slip from his palm. Hum. Suddenly, the jade slip trembled. It was filled with inscriptions as it shone brightly. Afterwards, a dazzling streak of light shot out and entered Du Xiaofu's forehead. Hum. The dazzling light turned into a tremendous amount of information that appeared in Du Xiaofu's mind. It was the method to activate the defensive martial skill. Chapter 1734. After a long time, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes again, and there was astonishment in his eyes. Green spirit armor, what a special defensive martial skill. It's incredible! Du Xiaofu found out from the cultivation information in his Naiwen Palace that the defensive martial skill was called Green Spirit Armor. Cyan Spirit Armor. For more details, please refer to the book Martial Arts World Uncle Nan passed down to Lu Xiaoyu. And this Cyan Spirit Armor was very special and mysterious. It was simply perverted. The green spirit armor required demonic beast blood essence to cultivate, and it was divided into 2 levels. The first layer of the cyan spirit armor was the humanoid level. After successfully cultivating it, one could form layers of armor outside one's body. The armor was condensed from the blood essence of the demonic beasts used. Using different demonic beasts' blood essence to cultivate, the defense and the appearance of the armor would be different. The second level of the green spirit armor was the beast-like level. One could condense a complete beast-like defense, and its defensive power was much stronger than the first level. The second level of the beast-like appearance surprised Du Xiaofu. It could allow one to completely transform into a real beast-like appearance. However, the final beast-like appearance of the second level was related to the demonic beast blood essence used. If one cultivated with the blood essence of a real dragon, one could finally transform into a real dragon. Du Xiaofu was deeply shocked. The things left behind by the master of the 3,000 worlds were indeed good stuff. However, the only drawback of the defensive martial skill was that it consumed a lot of dark qi. Du Xiaofu had never cultivated any auxiliary defensive skills or used any defensive treasures. Firstly, he was confident in his physical body, and secondly, he was afraid of consuming too much of his dark qi. However, the green spirit armor was so abnormal. To Du Xiaofu, the consumption was definitely worth it. Moreover, the holy gate in Du Xiaofu's body was so vast that his dark qi had increased many times over. It was enough for him to consume. The green spirit armor is really abnormal. It is indeed something from the master of the 3,000 world. It is not an ordinary item. Du Xiaofu was shocked. Although the green spirit armor consumed a lot of dark qi, it was undoubtedly a treasure. Using the blood essence of demonic beasts to cultivate, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. The blood in his body was the blood of the golden-winged roc. With the defensive power of the golden-winged roc, it was unlikely that he could find any other demonic beast with a stronger defensive power. It was the most suitable thing. He just needed to get some blood essence from his body. Feeling somewhat impatient, Du Xiaofu began cultivating. He condensed out a considerable amount of essence blood on his body and began cultivating the cyan spirit armor. Du Xiaofu immediately began to cultivate according to the cultivation method of the blue spirit armor. With Du Xiaofu's current comprehension ability and cultivation, it was not difficult for him to cultivate the cyan spirit armor. Moreover, the cyan spirit armor was a defensive martial technique that did not differentiate between levels. Its defensive power would increase as the strength of the cultivator increased. In the ancient, modeled plaza, the auras fluctuated. Thunder Eagle King, Miameng King, and Sky Wolf Lonely Sky Howl's bodies fluctuated with rune light. The auras of Thunder Eagle King and Miameng King continued to rise. They had already reached a bottleneck. Rumble, suddenly, the void trembled. Resplendent light spread out from the bodies of Thunder Eagle King and Miameng King. A powerful aura began to fluctuate. The surrounding natural energy transformed into a vortex that unceasingly poured into the enormous bodies of the Thunderhawk King and Miameng King, causing the aura within their bodies to basically step into a new level at the same time. Rumble, the energy fluctuated and runes soared into the sky. There was almost no obstruction. Thunder Eagle King and Mia Meng King had already reached the Nirvana breakthrough level. 1,000 years ago, Thunder Eagle King and Mia Meng King already had the qualifications to make a breakthrough. However, 1,000 years ago, they were unable to make a breakthrough due to the various seals in the divine domain. Instead, they were severely injured. However, at this moment, Thunder Eagle King and Mia Meng King's injuries had already recovered. In addition to the benefits that they had obtained during this period of time, such a breakthrough was just a matter of time. It was not difficult at all. In a vast and strange land, there were electric arcs fluctuating in the air. However, the surroundings were lush and green. Many of the plants had a huge relationship with lightning. The plants that were filled with lightning were dazzling and sparkling. Not far away there were towering mountains. Occasionally there would be thunderous roars of beasts. Whoosh whoosh, many figures descended from the surroundings. A vast aura instantly descended. They were the experts from the legalism school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons. Is it in front? Someone spoke. There were many old men leading the group. Their eyes were bright, blazing, and intimidating. It's here. Those ancient demonic beasts have been secretly guarding this place. There must be a great treasure inside. A middle-aged man spoke as he looked around with vigilant eyes. Strange. There aren't any ancient demonic beasts in this place. Could it be a trap? An old woman from the school of vertical and horizontal was puzzled. She was on guard. Some of the kings among the ancient demonic beasts had ferocious strength. According to the information we collected, many people have seen that little bastard Du Xiaofu has indeed come out of this place. He should have entered this place too. This time, we can't let that little bastard escape again. An old man from the legalism school spoke. His eyes were cold, and the aura on his body was vigorous. Find that brat and end this quickly. Don't let the golden-winged rock race, school of Yinyang, school of Moism, and others interfere. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. A middle-aged man dressed in dragon's battle armor spoke. Let's find that little bastard first. This time, it's time for that little bastard to die. Yes. An old woman from the school of vertical and horizontal spoke. Her coiled hair was like fire, and the aura on her body was intimidating. On the Chern Huang mainland, the void suddenly trembled. Light began to fluctuate like divine light. There's movement. It seems like the divine domain is about to close again. On the mountain peak, an old woman from the golden-winged rock race spoke. Golden light flashed in her eyes. This is already the last time the divine domain will open. I wonder if the divine domain will disappear completely or be sealed forever. Old man Di Pai said. I wonder if the greatest opportunity in the Supreme Tomb has been obtained by someone. If it has been obtained by someone, who? Old Freak Xing Hun guessed. There were too many heaven's prides and supremes who had entered the Supreme Tomb this time. There were experts like Du Xiaoyao and the successor of the Great Snow Mountain, Lian Qingrong. Most importantly, there were also existences like Moksha from the Devil religion and Du Xiaojing from the legalism. It would be difficult for the school of Yinyang to compete with them. However, the greatest opportunity didn't depend entirely on one's strength. This made old freak Xing Hun look forward to it. The school of Yinyang still had a chance. The Devil religion has appeared, and there's even a descendant like Moksha. According to the news we received, the Devil religion is related to the ancient demons that have escaped. We have to be careful. Who knows, the great calamity might come because of the Devil religion. Bing Mo was worried about the Devil religion. As a member of the 9 great clans, with her status and position in the Mo family, she was very clear about what those ancient demons represented. But the 9 cauldrons have yet to gather. The ancestors of the 9 great clans once swore that as long as the 9 cauldrons don't appear, the 9 great clans won't appear. When the 9 cauldrons gather, the 9 great clans will appear. Old freak Xing Hun's expression turned serious. When it came to the ancient demons, the 9 great clans had always been wary of them. After so many years, they originally thought that the ancient demons had disappeared. Who would have thought that the ancient demons had escaped from the 9 sealed grounds of Kyushu? Maybe the great calamity of the world would really descend again. And the 9 great clans had always been restricted by an invisible force. When the boat reaches the bridgehead, everything will be fine. The devil religion's origin is mysterious. Maybe when the time comes we can find out the truth. Bing Mo said. In the vast space, the void wasn't too bright. Huge rocks floated in the air, and the palaces were damaged. The aura they exuded was ancient. In the distance, there were several huge stone pillars that towered into the heavens. They were mottled and cracked, as though they had existed for countless years. On top of a huge rock, Du Yunlong's robes fluttered in the wind. He held a battle saber in his hand, and purple arcs of lightning flashed. He was extremely powerful. He came from the Stone City's Du clan and stood out in Lanling City. Over the years, he had undergone numerous tempering and transformations. At this moment, he was already one of the strongest people in his generation, a Nirvana paragon. He was Du Xiaofu's second elder brother. All these years, he had been supporting Du Xiaofu silently and wholeheartedly. At this moment, opposite Du Yunlong, on top of a mottled stone pillar, there was a strange figure in purple robes. His robes covered his face, revealing only a pair of deep eyes. Du Yunlong felt that this person's aura was familiar. He was someone from the devil religion. Moksha had prevented his third brother from entering the sovereign tomb. Now that he met this person, Du Yunlong had the intention to stop him. "Who are you?" Du Yunlong asked, looking straight at the strange purple figure. "You can call me Mo Lingzi. You can't stop me," the strange purple figure said. His voice was calm and indifferent. His reply to Du Yunlong was just a simple sentence. However, his figure was tall and straight, and his aura was intimidating. "If you're someone from the devil religion, then I don't need to be polite," Du Yunlong said. His aura fluctuated vigorously, and his eyes flickered with lightning. "I said you can't stop me," Mo Lingzi said calmly without any fear. Chapter 1735. Qi. Du Yunlong attacked directly, waving his battle saber. He also felt the power of Mo Lingzi. The thunder martial vein in his body was activated, and the surrounding space was filled with lightning and thunder. His aura was domineering and destructive. "Your martial veins are inferior to mine. You are no match for me." Mo Lingzi wasn't afraid as he took a step forward, and frightening purple lightning swept out from his body. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in this area, and an aura of slaughter swept in all directions. Vast energy surged while lightning covered the sky densely, and the heavens, the earth, and the void shook because of it. Qi La. A purple thunderbolt shot out and blocked Du Yunlong's saber. "How come you also have my Du family's thunder martial vein?" Du Yunlong was shocked. At this moment, Mo Lingzi had activated his martial vein, and the martial vein he activated was actually the Du family's lightning martial vein. It was exactly the same as the lightning martial vein in his body. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. "You don't have the right to know. If you want to keep me here, then die." Mo Lingzi opened his mouth and took the initiative to attack. His figure soared out from the stone pillar, and the stone pillar beneath his feet crumbled inch by inch. Amidst the flashes of lightning and rolls of thunder, a fist directly bombarded towards Du Yunlong. Du Yunlong's eyes flashed with purple electric arcs. He stretched out his hand and spun his saber. He also jumped up from the boulder and punched out. Bang! With a loud boom, heaven and earth trembled. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The surrounding space exploded, accompanied by surging arcs of lightning. Qi La La, however, This punch sent Du Yunlong's body flying in a straight line. He staggered and stabilized his body, his expression changing in shock. In this supreme tomb, Du Yunlong had once again obtained a huge opportunity. Not long ago, he had already stepped into the nirvana realm of true self. Therefore, he wanted to test Mo Lingzi's strength. However, Du Yunlong never thought that he would actually be forced back by Mo Lingzi with a single punch. "I told you, you're no match for me." Mo Lingzi's voice was still flat as he charged out once more. Arcs of lightning splashed out in all directions as lightning surged, and accompanied by the release of a strand of devilish qi, he pounced towards Du Yunlong. Fight! Du Yunlong fought against Mo Lingzi. He wielded his battle blade with all his strength, and it was as if a thunder god had descended. Resplendent purple lightning runes circulated around it, and dazzling lightning flashed and thunder rumbled as he fought against Mo Lingzi. Mo Lingzi made his move. His eyes seemed to contain a sea of lightning, and his entire body was wrapped in the same purple lightning arcs. Demonic qi was present, and destruction was present within the execution. Thunder and lightning surged as he continuously clashed with Du Yunlong. In a short period of time, saber light, fist shadows, and all kinds of methods had already exchanged dozens of blows. Muffled thunderous sounds shook the earth, and brilliant arcs of electricity clashed together, creating a terrifying scene. In the surrounding void, large amounts of rocks, mottled stone pillars, and damaged palaces exploded one after another, turning into rubble and powder. Du Yunlong was definitely very strong. He had already stepped into the ranks of the strongest among his peers. His lightning martial vein was even more tyrannical. He even activated the heavenly dragon barrier, which was the defensive treasure of dragons. In addition to the lesser sovereign's nirvana strength, he was still suppressed by Mo Lingzi and was constantly being pushed back. Pff blood overflowed from Du Yunlong's mouth. He was shocked in his heart. Mo Lingzi's strength was too strong. He almost blasted his heavenly dragon barrier apart. How terrifying was such tyrannical strength! Very strong. Who the hell is he? Du Yunlong narrowed his eyes and revealed a dignified expression. This Mo Lingzi's combat strength was really strong. No wonder he could stand behind Moksha. Fight! However, Du Yunlong wasn't afraid or dejected. He had always been tempering himself, and he had encountered all kinds of dangerous situations. He had never given up, nor did he have any lingering fear. That was how he developed his current character, and how he was able to achieve nirvana strength. Boom! Du Yunlong calmed down and resisted with all his strength. His battle blade erupted, and lightning overflowed into the sky, forming a resplendent sea of lightning that swallowed Mo Lingzi. Still not enough, Mo Lingzi said indifferently. He wasn't afraid of the terrifying lightning. The purple lightning on his body was even stronger. It traversed through the lightning, and although its speed seemed slow, it appeared in front of Du Yunlong in an instant. With a punch, it cracked the heavenly dragon barrier on Du Yunlong's body, and a dragon's roar resounded. Pff, Du Yunlong vomited blood again. Although the heavenly dragon barrier wasn't completely blasted apart, it was sent flying again, and the surrounding lightning was also shattered. Peak of Nirvana strength. Du Yunlong confirmed Mo Lingzi's cultivation. Peak of Nirvana strength, and he had just stepped into Nirvana strength. The other party's lightning martial vein was even higher than his, and it would be difficult for him to be his opponent. Go to hell! Mo Lingzi made his move, and killing intent gushed out from his eyes. Hundreds of dazzling purple lightning arcs burst out from his body, and the lightning exploded. A punch directly blasted towards Du Yunlong's head. A vast destructive force crushed down, and at this moment, Du Yunlong felt an extremely dangerous aura. TSK. Just at this moment, in the void, endless black baleful aura lingered, and a figure strangely appeared before Du Yunlong. The newcomer had a pair of deep black eyes. Shaking his arm, he directly punched Mo Lingzi's fist, and a baleful aura and divine light erupted. Boom! Such a collision caused the void to suddenly shatter, as if a bomb had exploded in the void. Mo Lingzi's eyes changed color, and his fist was numb. Then, his figure was directly blasted back, and he looked at the newcomer in astonishment. The one that appeared before Du Yunlong was a man in his 30s. His face was sharp and cold, and his thick eyebrows were slightly raised. Baleful aura surged from his jet-black eyes, and a divine light burst out. Jiangchen. Du Yunlong recognized this person. He was called Jiangchen, and he was dressed in a light purple robe. His temperament was extremely elegant, and his figure was extremely graceful. So strong. Mo Lingzi looked at Jiangchen with fear in his eyes. At his level of cultivation, one move was enough for him to feel the opponent's strength. Suddenly, Mo Lingzi's gaze turned to the distant sky. Then, lightning surged from Mo Lingzi's eyes. His figure suddenly broke through the void, and he rapidly retreated without stopping. TSK. The void fluctuated, and a golden figure appeared. It was a young man in golden clothes, about 25 or 26 years old. His facial features were as if they were carved by a knife, and the corners of his mouth held a wanton smile at all times. His entire person inexplicably emitted an awe-inspiring aura of a king. "Brother Little Yao," Du Yunlong spoke. The newcomer was Du Xiaoyao. "That guy ran pretty fast." The corners of Du Xiaoyao's mouth twitched. Her golden hair draped over her shoulders, and her figure was slender and tall. Her resplendent golden eyes seemed capable of stealing souls. She looked in the direction Mo Lingzi had disappeared, and a trace of coldness flashed through her eyes. Then, she turned to Jiangchen and smiled. "I didn't think you'd be here too. It seems your strength has improved again?" Jiangchen glanced at Du Xiaoyao. Her hair was tied into a high bun, and her long hair flowed down her back like flowing water. A trace of surprise flashed through his deep, jet-black eyes. Then, they returned to normal. "Didn't you break through too? Haha. Want to test your strength? Let's test it out." Du Xiaoyao laughed mischievously. "Forget it." Jiangchen shook his head, as if he didn't want to test it out with Du Xiaoyao. He looked around at the void, and his eyes rippled as if he were thinking about something. Then, he said, "I feel like this space is about to end. Ha ha! I wonder how my second brother is doing." Du Xiaoyao was a bit worried about Du Xiaofu. She wasn't worried about Du Xiaofu encountering any danger, but that Du Xiaofu hadn't entered the sovereign's tomb in the end. She was worried that Du Xiaofu would be depressed. "Who's the boss here?" Jiangchen asked Du Xiaoyao, somewhat puzzled. "Of course it's me. I'm much older than him," Du Xiaoyao said. However, within his words there was a bit of a guilty conscience. "Is that so?" Jiangchen clearly didn't believe her. A faint black aura lingered around him. Du Yunlong didn't say much. He roughly knew the relationship between his third brother and Du Xiaoyao. It would be normal for them to fight. Condense. Within the ancient hall, Du Xiaofu's body flickered with light. Strange runes soared into the sky, and his aura surged and exploded, blooming with golden light. In an instant, Du Xiaofu felt the vigorous profound energy fluctuation in his body surge out from the meridians and apertures in his body. The mysterious rune fluctuation finally formed numerous feather-like materialized fragments around his body, after which it condensed into a golden armor that covered his entire body. Above the armor, golden light rippled. The feather-like fragments were like the golden feathers on the body of the golden-winged rock. Layer upon layer, they grew out of the body and covered the surface of the body. They looked like feathers, but more like armor fragments. In the end, they formed a set of magnificent golden armor. Screech. When the golden armor appeared, the faint cry of a golden-winged rock could be heard. It pierced through the clouds and cracked stone, and an incomparably domineering aura swept through the void. "What a powerful azure armor!" Du Xiaofu exclaimed. At this moment, except for his eyes, his entire body was covered by the armor. Even his hands were covered by the feathers of a golden-winged roc. Golden light overflowed, and it seemed indestructible and unshakable. Covered in azure armor, Du Xiaofu felt as if he were a true golden-winged roc. I wonder if this will work. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. He seemed to think of something. With a thought, golden light erupted from his back. A pair of golden-winged roc wings unfurled. These were the true golden wings of a roc. When they spread, their aura soared to the heavens. They were truly one with Du Xiaofu, truly connected to his flesh, blood, tendons, and bone. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura surged, and even the ancient hall shook. Du Xiaofu's entire body was covered with the first layer of the cyan spirit armor that was cultivated with his own blood essence. The real roc's golden wings were spread out behind his back. At this moment, Du Xiaofu truly felt as if he had turned into a real golden-winged roc and was about to soar into the sky. The golden wings of a roc and the azure armor condensed with Du Xiaofu's own blood essence merged perfectly. It was as if they were born this way. The dazzling armor and the domineering golden wings of a roc made Du Xiaofu look even more majestic and domineering. Chapter 1736. I wish for a fight. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and clenched his fists. The surrounding space distorted as the azure spirit armor on his body rippled with golden light. The carefree feeling in his body made Du Xiaofu wish he could immediately find an opponent to fight. Du Xiaofu estimated that with his current cultivation base and the possession of a treasure like the azure spirit armor, he would be able to go head-to-head with a domain realm cultivator just by relying on the defensive power of his body. And this was just relying on his defensive power alone. The first level of the azure spirit armor is already so extraordinary. The second level will definitely be even stronger. Du Xiaofu guessed in his heart. He was shocked and pleasantly surprised. However, Du Xiaofu soon withdrew the azure spirit armor on his body. After activating the first form of the azure spirit armor for a while, Du Xiaofu could already feel the profound qi in his god's watchtower being consumed at a rather rapid rate. The azure spirit armor indeed required a powerful profound qi to support it. But fortunately Du Xiaofu could afford it. After that, Du Xiaofu did not plan to continue cultivating the second form of the azure spirit armor. After all, it had been a long time since they entered this place. Not to mention that Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King were still waiting outside. Outside, on the mottled plaza, Skywolf Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King had already withdrawn their original forms and transformed back into their human forms. Facing their own improvements, their faces were rippling with smiles. Especially Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King. To them, their wishes were fulfilled. Not only had they finally recovered from their injuries, they had even taken a step forward and broken through to the Nirvana realm. I wonder how much time has passed outside. If the divine domain has already closed outside, even if we break through this deadlock, we won't be able to get out. Although Thunderhawk King was happy to break through, he felt that they had been trapped here for a very long time and was worried that the divine domain had already closed. This was the last time the divine domain would open. Once the divine domain closed, they would never be able to get out. If that was the case, then breaking through to the Nirvana realm was already meaningless. Why is he gone too? Where did he go? King Mia Meng glanced at his surroundings. The light screen had disappeared, but there was nothing in front of him. After they broke through, they realized that Du Xiaofu had also disappeared. He should have broken out of this situation, so he shouldn't be in any danger. Maybe he went again and obtained some kind of opportunity. Mo Tianxiao spoke as a faint azure light flickered in his eyes. Even though he hadn't stepped foot into the rebirth realm, Mo Tianxiao knew better than anyone how much he had improved during this period of time. He should be able to sweep through all existences at the same cultivation realm as him, and he had absolute confidence in sweeping through all existences below the domain realm and rebirth realm. Of course, Mo Tian Shao was also very clear that there would always be someone stronger than him. There was always a mountain higher than the one before it. Any invincibility was relative. If he encountered a savage existence like Du Xiaofu, his invincibility in the same realm would not be relative. As the three of them discussed, the instant Mo Tian Shao finished speaking, spatial ripples appeared in the space in front of them. Then, a familiar figure appeared before the three of them. It was a purple-robed youth. He had obviously changed into a new robe and tidied his hair. He had a smile in his eyes and a resolute face. He looked somewhat harmless, but his temperament was inexplicably domineering and disdainful. "Are you all right?" "Yes." Seeing Du Xiaofu, Thunderhawk King, King Miameng, and Mo Tian Shao immediately surrounded him. I'm fine." Du Xiaofu smiled. Although he looked at Thunderhawk King and King Miameng with a surprised expression, he said, "You guys broke through?" "Yes, we broke through," Thunderhawk King replied happily. "We have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have recovered." King Miameng's eyes were filled with gratitude. She was very clear that although she and Thunderhawk King had fought against the illusory figures time and time again, they were still injured. It wasn't easy to truly defeat those illusory figures. In the end, Du Xiaofu attracted that mysterious divine light, which allowed her and Thunderhawk King to completely recover. Even their divine souls were tempered by the divine light, which allowed them to naturally break through to the Nirvana realm. "It's good that you guys broke through." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and looked at Mo Tian Shao beside him. Although Mo Tian Shao had not stepped into the reincarnation realm, he had obviously made great progress. "We can go out now. It's been so long. I wonder if the divine domain space has been closed." Mo Tian Shao was also a little worried that the divine domain space had been closed. If the divine domain space had been closed, then they wouldn't be able to leave even if they got out of here. The divine domain space has not been closed. Du Xiaofu didn't know how long they had been trapped here, but judging from the words of the Lord of the 3,000 Great Worlds, the divine domain space had not been closed. "It's good that it hasn't been closed. Great, we can finally leave this space." Thunderhawk King was pleasantly surprised when he heard Mo Tian Zhao's words. They had existed in this space for thousands of years, but they had never left this place. The outside world was filled with endless longing for them. "Let's leave this place first. The divine domain space should be closed soon," Du Xiaofu said. According to the Lord of the 3,000 Great Worlds, the divine domain space would be closed soon. At that time, they would need to reach the Saint Martial Realm to open it again. Of course, Du Xiaofu didn't tell Mo Tian Shao, Thunderhawk King, and King Miameng about this. After the four of them packed up, they left the place where they had been trapped for a long time. The restrictions in the surroundings had already disappeared. Although Du Xiaofu couldn't control the divine domain space, it was still considered Du Xiaofu's possession. So, it was naturally easy for them to leave. When the four of them walked out, they were all astonished. The originally vast Death Canyon was just an ordinary abyss. The illusions and attacks in the surroundings had already disappeared. However, there were countless skeletons in the abyss, piling up like a mountain. The divine domain space had been opened 9 times. In addition to the ancient demonic beasts remnant in the divine domain, who knew how many creatures had been buried in the divine domain. They had lost their blood and turned into white bones. This proved how cruel the path of cultivation was. It turns out that everything is an illusion. It's half real and half fake. There's no way to distinguish between the real and the fake. Countless creatures have been buried. I wonder how strong the supreme expert who sealed the ancient demonic beast was. Mo Tian Shao sighed. Du Xiaofu smiled indifferently. It wasn't that he didn't feel pity for the countless creatures that had been buried in the divine domain. However, for cultivators, it was common for them to lose their blood in order to seek opportunities. In this world where the strong were respected, there was no such thing as blood and mercy. Everything depended on strength. As for how strong the Lord of the 3,000 Great Worlds was, Du Xiaofu didn't know. Such an existence was too vast. Just a thought from the ancient era was enough to make his divine soul tremble. He was afraid that he was far from being strong enough. I hope that one day I can fight side by side with him. There's no limit to the strong. Du Xiaofu thought. The Lord of the 3,000 Great Worlds had said that the universe was vast and there were many races. The path of the strong was endless. Perhaps the legendary Saint Martial Realm wasn't the limit. However, that step was still too far away for him. Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with yearning. Perhaps he had always wanted to become a strong expert in order to reunite his family and protect everything around him. At this moment, a new seed sprouted in Du Xiaofu's heart. Although it was still very far away, he was looking forward to it. This place seems a little strange. Suddenly, Mo Tianxiao opened his mouth and looked at the side of the abyss. There was a long crack that could only accommodate one person. There were light fluctuations inside. At this moment there were white bones everywhere, but that place was empty. It does seem a little strange. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. The power of the primordial spirit in his mind also sensed something strange. Although the space of the divine plane already belonged to him, he did not really control it. There were some places that he did not understand. I wonder where it is. King Leiying and King Miameng were also puzzled. They didn't know where the light was, but they were in the Death Valley. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe we'll get something. Du Xiaofu decided to enter. His primordial spirit Red Horse Monkey felt that there must be heavenly treasures and spiritual herbs at the entrance. The four of them cautiously entered the abyssal rift, their bodies glowing with light. The crack that seemed narrow suddenly became wider as the four of them went in. Drip, the sound of water dripping could be heard from the rocks on both sides. Occasionally, there would be light fluctuations in the void. There were also stalactites hanging on the rocks in the crack. There seems to be a lot of spiritual herbs in front. Du Xiaofu was vigilant as he looked ahead. His eyes were glowing with golden light. There was a strange phenomenon in his eyes. After a while, the four of them appeared in a canyon. The energy of heaven and earth around the canyon was rich. Light filled the air, water dripped, and there was a fragrant waterfall. Many spiritual herbs appeared in the canyon. They were all extraordinary spiritual herbs. There was no lack of shocking treasures that could be used to refine high-level domain-grade elixirs. This is a land of treasures, Mo Tianxiao exclaimed. The canyon was full of spiritual herbs. They were not ordinary spiritual herbs. It was difficult to see them in the outside world. It seems that someone has been here. Strange, Du Xiaofu looked around. Facing the valley full of spiritual herbs, he didn't forget about the danger that could appear at any time. Du Xiaofu discovered that there were traces of living beings here. However, what surprised him was that even though there were so many spiritual herbs and precious medicines, none of them had been picked by anyone. This made him a little puzzled. Many of the spiritual herbs have matured and can be picked. Thunderhawk King and Miameng King had already started to harvest the spiritual herbs without holding back. In the divine domain, they had already developed a habit of only harvesting the mature spiritual herbs. They would not harvest all of the spiritual herbs in one fell swoop, in case they ran out of spiritual herbs to harvest. Chapter 1737. Du Xiaofu was on guard, but he did not hold back when it came to matured spiritual herbs and treasures. Du Xiaofu had used up all the spiritual herbs and medicinal pills he had. Moreover, he had eaten a lot of spiritual herbs from Thunder Eagle King and Miameng King, so he needed to replenish his spiritual herbs. Don't hurt the spiritual herbs and treasures that haven't matured yet. Don't pick too many. Du Xiaofu did not forget to ask Thunder Eagle King, Miameng King, and Mo Tianxiao to show mercy. To Du Xiaofu, the divine domain was already his, so everything here naturally belonged to him. If he picked the spiritual herbs and treasures that hadn't matured yet, He would lose a lot of their effects, so he couldn't pick too many. Why did this fellow's personality change? Mo Tianxiao was very surprised. He had been with Du Xiaofu for a long time, so he naturally knew Du Xiaofu's personality. Wherever he went, he would be a pain in the ass. Yet, he was so generous today. Mo Tianxiao couldn't help but find it strange, but he didn't think too much about it. After the spiritual herbs and treasures in the valley matured, the three of them picked them and continued forward. Be careful. Someone came here not long ago. Mo Tianxiao also discovered traces of someone coming here. His eyes shone with a sharp green light, and his aura became even more vigorous and intimidating. After breaking through to the Nirvana realm, in addition to his previous shocking improvement, it could be said that Mo Tianxiao was much stronger than before. Within the same realm, he could probably suppress all opponents. It's just ahead. Let's be careful. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. The surroundings were getting wider and wider. There were huge rocks, cliffs, and deep valleys everywhere. Occasionally there would be spiritual herbs and treasures, but no one touched them. In the end, they naturally fell into Du Xiaofu's universe bag. However, many skeletons gradually appeared in front of them. The skeletons were badly damaged, and the air was filled with a rotting smell. What strange skeletons! Du Xiaofu squatted on the ground and examined them. These skeletons were very hard. They should have been experts when they were alive. However, the energy in the skeletons was devoured, and the skeletons were riddled with holes. It was very strange. It seems to be getting weirder and weirder. Miameng King looked ahead. The space in front of him was getting wider and wider, as if it was an underground world. However, his vision was getting darker and darker. Inside the space, there were many strange ancient trees that exuded a cold aura. The shadows of the trees danced, and their radiance was dim. Baleful qi permeated the air. Be careful. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu spoke, and his figure vanished on the spot. Boom! As Du Xiaofu's figure disappeared, a beam of energy suddenly fell from the place where Du Xiaofu had been standing, enveloping the earth and exploding the space. Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and Miameng King also had a premonition. They immediately moved to the side to avoid that attack. Whoosh whoosh, Du Xiaofu's silhouette shot out, and golden light erupted, sweeping across the area below the tree. Rocks crumbled, and the earth quaked. After that, everything calmed down. It's an incomplete restriction, Du Xiaofu said. The attack just now was caused by an incomplete restriction. After that, the four of them carefully continued forward. Along the way, they also encountered some small dangers. However, with their current cultivation and Du Xiaofu's strength, they could more or less be considered as the master of the divine domain. They passed through safely. The sky of the gloomy canyon was gray. More and more bones appeared, and the smell of decay in the air became denser and denser. In the end, it was so dark that even Du Xiaofu, Mo Tianxiao, and the others couldn't see the front clearly. In that dim line of sight, there was a strange aura that could block everything. Chi, suddenly, a figure flashed out from the front, and it was as fast as lightning. In an instant, it appeared before the four of them. Be careful. As Thunderhawk King spoke, he directly attacked, and a lightning palm instantly slapped towards the former. The former's figure was like a ghost, and it was as fast as lightning. It actually dodged the Thunderhawk King's lightning palm and continued to rush forward. Du Xiaofu was slightly surprised. With the Thunderhawk King's strength, it was sufficient to see how strong he was. The former swiftly pounced over, and it was unknown if he was friend or foe, causing Du Xiaofu to be vigilant. Golden light fluctuated around his body as his palm slapped towards the former like a bolt of lightning. The former arrived like a bolt of lightning, yet he seemed to not want to fight with Du Xiaofu and only wanted to escape. His figure was graceful like a ghost, fused with space, and carried a strange footwork that seemed to be able to affect time and space. Swish, however, Du Xiaofu, who possessed the rock soar to 1,000 mile and the unfettered rippling steps, had once again made enormous progress in his cultivation, and it was absolutely not something that the former could casually escape. Along with the former's figure, his footwork was strange, and the aura around his body seemed to affect time and space as well, following him like a shadow. In an instant, the palm still descended onto the former's chest. Bang! An expanse of gorgeous light instantly gushed out from the former's chest, and it carried a gentle yet enormous counterattack that directly resisted the force of Du Xiaofu's palm. So soft, however, at the same time, Du Xiaofu clenched his fist. It seemed to be very gentle to the touch, and the gorgeous light resisted the force of the palm. However, it did not shake off Du Xiaofu's palm, causing Du Xiaofu's palm to remain on the former's chest. At the same time, the former's figure was clearly revealed, causing Mo Tianxiao, Mia Meng King, and Lei Ying King to reveal astonished expressions. It was actually a charming woman. She was peerlessly beautiful, with a noble temperament and an adorable face that could cause one's heart to sway. She gave off a soul-stirring feeling. So beautiful, Du Xiaofu was also stunned. The face that was so close to him was incomparably charming. Regardless of temperament or appearance, it was enough to stun the world. She was not inferior to Su Muxin, Qi Yeshi, Ouyang Shuang, Zi Xian, and the others. The woman merely stared at Du Xiaofu. Her colorful dress fluttered, and her body was light and agile. At this moment, she seemed to be a little stunned as well. An instant later, she seemed to have recovered from her shock and cried out, "Bastard!" As she cried out, the charming woman's slender hands danced, and she directly slapped her palm towards Du Xiaofu. "Miss, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose." Du Xiaofu recovered from his shock, and his figure immediately retreated rapidly, dodging the woman's palm. "You didn't do it on purpose? Then did you do it on purpose?" The woman was enraged. Her footsteps were light and as fast as lightning, and she immediately pounced towards Du Xiaofu once again. As she moved, she revealed an extremely tall figure. Her curves rose and fell proudly, and her dreamy purple hair was so shiny that it could reflect one's appearance. Her eyes were large and spirited, and they were also very beautiful. They flickered with brilliance like a rainbow, causing one's heart and soul to sink when looking at them. Du Xiaofu retreated explosively at full speed, but the charming woman pursued closely, as if she wouldn't stop until she slapped Du Xiaofu. This caused Du Xiaofu to shout helplessly, "Miss, I really didn't do it on purpose. Don't be so unforgiving." Seeing this scene, Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and Mia Meng King looked at each other in dismay. Naturally, they couldn't help, and could only watch the show from the side. Of course, Mo Tianxiao and the others believed in Du Xiaofu's strength even more. If even Du Xiaofu couldn't do anything to that charming woman, then the three of them would be useless. "You're still in the right?" Sure enough, humans are all lechers. There are no good people. The charming woman became even more furious after her several moves were useless. A gorgeous light burst out from her body, and it transformed into resplendent talisman patterns. Her graceful and proud figure revolved within the light, and countless palm prints slapped towards Du Xiaofu. I really didn't do it on purpose." Du Xiaofu was helpless, and he was also surprised by the strength of this charming woman. He didn't expect that other than Mo Tianxiao, Lian Qingrong, and the others, there would be such a powerhouse in the divine domain. His figure flashed, and several palm prints collided. However, the woman was too fast. Her speed was definitely one of the fastest opponents Du Xiaofu had ever seen. The charming woman's figure flashed, and she turned into a series of afterimages that swept out from the void and surrounded Du Xiaofu in the void. "Humph!" Du Xiaofu snorted, and with a shake of his arm, a claw stretched out and grabbed the phantom behind the charming woman. Golden light burst out. The great Peng's chaos-crushing claw was fierce and overbearing. Du Xiaofu's claw shattered the void, and in addition to the influence of the 8 trigrams profound, He immediately caught a glimpse of the woman's true body, and grabbed her tightly. Then, he seemed to have caught something. At the same time, the charming woman's figure emerged from the light, and the afterimages around her disappeared. A pair of beautiful rainbow-like eyes stared at Du Xiaofu. Her eyes were burning with anger, and the gorgeous light on her body seemed to be burning like a divine fire. In the distance, Thunderhawk King, Mia Meng King, and Mo Tianxiao were dumbfounded, and they were speechless. That was because Du Xiaofu's claw had directly grabbed the alluring woman's buttocks, leaving a dent on her perky buttocks. He was unwilling to let go of his grip. "I'm going to kill you!" The charming woman was furious. A terrifying aura burst out from her graceful body, and her purple hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes surged with a gorgeous rainbow light, and a terrifying light enveloped her, sweeping out like a hurricane. Rumble, the light exploded, and the wind and clouds in the surroundings surged. Chi waves soared to the sky, and a huge pressure filled the air. It was as if a large amount of explosives had suddenly exploded. Du Xiaofu's body was also pushed back. What a powerful strength! Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and Mia Meng King also retreated a little to avoid suffering an unexpected calamity. They were also shocked by the strength of the charming woman. She seems to be bouncy, and her figure is not bad. However, she's not a human, nor a beast. Could it be a demon? Du Xiaofu was pushed back, but his mind was still on that claw. The feeling was indeed not bad. "Bastard, you still dare to think nonsense!" the charming woman shouted, and the gorgeous light in her eyes was like a divine fire that was about to burst out. Could it be that this woman also knows what I'm thinking? Where did she come from? Is she a monster? Du Xiaofu was puzzled, and he looked at the charming woman with even more vigilance. "You're the monster. Die." The charming woman couldn't bear it any longer, and she was thoroughly enraged. Her eyebrows were raised, and from her graceful and proud body, a gorgeous energy radiance swept out like a stormy sea. A terrifying fluctuation burst out and swept towards Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1738. Truly valiant. That terrifying power moved Du Xiaofu. He didn't dare to underestimate it. The void around him froze as he used the 8 trigrams profound to affect the void. Du Xiaofu didn't want to be entangled with that beautiful woman. His figure rapidly retreated, breaking out of the light curtain's frenzied energy wave. Walala, the surrounding light energy exploded and bloomed. Finally, everything dissipated into nothingness. "I won't let you go." The alluring woman opened her mouth and wanted to pounce on Du Xiaofu again. Buzz, suddenly, a strange sound came from afar. That sound made one's soul uncomfortable. Hearing that strange voice, Du Xiaofu's expression changed. That voice was very familiar, as if he had seen it before. Not good. In an instant, Du Xiaofu recalled the source of that sound. "Bastard, they are chasing after us." Bastard! That alluring woman, who was about to pounce on Du Xiaofu, had a drastic change in expression. It was as though she had received a huge shock. Her beautiful face turned pale. "Not good, it's those things. It's the divine soul devourer ants," Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King exclaimed. Their expressions changed. They could tell that the sound was caused by the divine soul devourer ant. Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King had always been in the divine domain. Naturally, they knew about the divine soul devourer ant. That was a terrifying existence that even they were afraid of. Fortunately, the divine soul devourer ants didn't take the initiative to attack them. Swish, swish, almost at the same time, the few of them retreated without any hesitation. However, it was too late. The surrounding void was filled with that strange, buzzing sound. At the same time, in all directions, densely packed strange creatures appeared. It was like a swarm of locusts. In an instant, the entire void was filled with those densely packed strange creatures that covered the sky and earth. They flickered with black and white light and emitted a sound that made one's heart tremble. Buzz, buzz, these strange creatures were unbelievably fast. They covered half the sky and could even seal the void. They were only the size of a pinky nail, or even smaller. They were black and white and looked like ants, but they had sharp fangs. Their legs were small and sharp, and they had 4 wings. Their small wings could cut through the void. Divine soul-devouring ant. Du Xiaofu frowned deeply. This strange thing was none other than the divine soul-devouring ant that Lian Qingrong had once lured here. These strange creatures have intelligence. They're trapping us inside. The Thunderhawk King spoke as the glow of lightning around his body fluctuated, and it obstructed the invasion of those strange soul-eater ants. Buzz, buzz, the earth-shattering, soul-devouring divine ants flapped their wings, and the sharp cries from their mouths converged into a strange buzzing sound. Their sharp fangs were like needles, shining with a cold light. "It's these damned things again. How terrifying!" The moving woman let out a sharp cry, and she was terrified to the point her beautiful face went pale. Her proud, delicate figure scuttled about, and in the end, she actually hid behind Du Xiaofu. But the surroundings were filled with the densely packed divine soul-devouring ants, and she was utterly unable to avoid them. "Bastard! It's all your fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been chased by these damn things." The moving woman shouted at Du Xiaofu. The gorgeous energy radiance around her was obviously capable of obstructing those divine soul-devouring ants, but she just happened to be innately afraid, and she was terrified to the point she was on the verge of crying. "It's you that provoked these divine soul-devouring ants, right?" Du Xiaofu was helpless as well. "Looks like it was this moving woman that provoked these divine soul-devouring ants, and that's why she was besieged by these divine soul-devouring ants." Swish, Du Xiaofu attacked, displaying the sky-shaking wings. Golden light erupted, and all the divine soul-devouring ants that were pouncing towards him retreated. Those divine soul-devouring ants that were closer to him were directly smashed into a bloody mist. However, all of this was of no use at all. The surroundings were densely packed with divine soul-eater ants, and they were without any fear of death as they fought to be the first to attack the 5 of them, causing them to feel terrified and a chill run down their spines. "There are too many of these divine soul-devouring ants. We can't kill them all. We have to think of a way to leave," King Miameng said. He knew some of the characteristics of the divine soul-devouring ant. But at this moment, regardless of whether it was King Miameng, King Thunderhawk, Mo Tianxiao, or Du Xiaofu, their cultivation and strength were incomparable to before, and they had all reached the Nirvana realm. These divine soul-devouring ants appeared to be terrifying, but it was naturally difficult for them to do anything to the 5 of them. "Think of a way to leave," Du Xiaofu said to everyone. He knew how terrifying the divine soul-devouring ants were. Previously, he had encountered a type of lion's roar demonic beetle in a dangerous place, and it was already very difficult to deal with. However, if one were to compare the lion's roar demonic beetle to these divine soul-devouring ants, it was simply a world of difference. Whether it was speed or defense, the divine soul-devouring ants were far superior to the lion's roar demonic beetle. The most terrifying thing was that these divine soul-devouring ants not only devoured flesh and primordial spirit, but also had terrifying spiritual intelligence. Whoever provoked these divine soul-devouring ants would be hunted down by them in the sky and on the ground. Du Xiaofu did not want to provoke them, but at this moment, they were already surrounded by densely packed divine soul-devouring ants. It would not be easy for them to leave. These divine soul-devouring ants were not ordinary flying insects, and they were not ordinary creatures. Bang, bang, bang! Mo Tianxiao, Thunder Eagle King, and Miameng King attacked and forced back countless divine soul-devouring ants. They also shattered countless divine soul-devouring ants into blood mist. However, there were even more divine soul-devouring ants pouncing on them. Buzz, buzz, the divine soul-devouring ants that blotted out the sky and covered the earth circled in the air, completely ignoring the attacks of Du Xiaofu, the alluring woman, and Mo Tianxiao. They were like moths to a flame. Woo, woo! Suddenly, an even sharper and more strange cry came from the surrounding void. The woo, woo, woo sound made one's mind uneasy, and it shook one's spirit. When this strange cry came out, the countless divine soul-devouring ants that were pouncing on Du Xiaofu, the alluring woman, and the others like moths to a flame immediately responded with a hiss. They flapped their wings, raised their heads, and let out a shrill hiss. The sound wave was so loud that it made one's hair stand on end. Buzz, buzz, then, the densely packed divine soul-devouring ants automatically retreated into the surrounding void, forming a mushroom cloud that surrounded Du Xiaofu and the others, blocking them from all sides. From afar, the divine soul-devouring ants that blotted out the sky and covered the earth looked like the gathering of dark clouds before a storm. Woo, woo! An even sharper cry came from the front. Then, under the astonished gazes of the five, a vast expanse of black and white light appeared in front of them. It was also a vast expanse, faintly revealing some sparkling green. Not good, we're in big trouble. Suddenly, the Thunderhawk King cried out in alarm, and he leaned close to Du Xiaofu's side, as if he had seen the thing he was most afraid of. We're really in big trouble. Miameng King's expression also changed. Looking at the large expanse of light surging over, he was very afraid. Woo, woo! In an instant, the light was resplendent, and a group of divine soul-devouring ants that were more than twice the size of the original divine soul-devouring ants appeared in front of the five. Especially the dozens of divine soul-devouring ants at the front. When they spread their wings, they were the size of a thumb, and their bodies were black and white with a sparkling green color. They looked even more ferocious and frightening, and the aura on their bodies spread out, causing the space around their small figures to crumble. Chapter 1739. These divine soul-devourer ants are far stronger. Du Xiaofu looked at the divine soul-devourer ants, whose auras were even stronger than before. There were at least tens of thousands of them, and the closer they were to the front, the stronger their auras were. In particular, the several dozen divine soul-devouring ants at the front had a crystalline, jade-green color amidst the alternating black and white colors. The aura around them was enough to shatter the void around the small figure. Du Xiaofu frowned when he saw their auras. Great Domain Realm. Du Xiaofu frowned in surprise. The dozens of divine soul-devourer ants at the front were actually at the Great Domain Realm of the Beast Domain Realm. At this moment, Du Xiaofu finally understood why the successor of the Great Snow Mountain, Lian Qingrong, had fled in such a hurry back then. With everyone's cultivation and strength back then, how would they dare to attack these divine soul-devouring ants? How did you provoke these divine soul-devourer ants? If you didn't provoke them, they wouldn't have come out in full force. King Miamia stared at the beautiful woman. Miameng King stared at the alluring lady and asked. This was the first time she had seen the divine soul-devouring ants swarming out of their nest. According to King Miamia's understanding of the divine soul-devourer ants, the divine soul-devourer ants wouldn't make such a big fuss if they didn't provoke them. Only by provoking these divine soul-devourer ants would they chase you to the ends of the earth. I didn't do anything. I just felt that there was something different in front and wanted to take a look. Who knew that it would be occupied by these things? It's too terrifying. The beautiful woman was still in shock and was naturally afraid of these divine soul-devourer ants. These aren't the strongest divine soul-devourer ants. The Ant Queen hasn't appeared yet. King Mia stared at the dozens of Great Domain Realm divine soul-devourer ants. Ant Queen. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Indeed, they hadn't seen the Ant Queen. The Heavenly Spirit Record also had records of the terrifying divine soul-devouring ant. These terrifying existences had their own method of reproduction, and it all came from the Ant Queen. Therefore, they were absolutely loyal to the Ant Queen and only listened to its orders. These divine soul-devourer ants have existed for who knows how long. In any case, they have existed for much longer than me and King Miameng in the divine domain. These divine soul-devourer ants have existed since the time of our fathers. If not for the suppression of this space, who knows what level the divine soul-devourer ants would have reached. King Laying said. Ant Emperor, what a terrifying divine soul-devouring ant, Du Xiaofu murmured softly. There were some fluctuations in his eyes. Woo-woo. In just an instant, while the five of them were talking, the most terrifying divine soul-devouring ants had already pounced towards Du Xiaofu and the others with ear-piercing cries. It was really hard to imagine how such a small divine soul-devouring ant could contain such terrifying power. Boom! Du Xiaofu made his move. He punched out and directly blasted several divine soul-devouring ants at the great domain realm. The space around his fist was also blasted apart. The mysterious golden runes drowned the void, and his aura was domineering and disdainful. Woo-woo, a strange scene appeared. Du Xiaofu's punch sent some of the weaker divine soul-devouring ants flying, and some of them turned into blood mist. However, the few divine soul-devouring ants with cultivation at the great domain realm rapidly flew out of the shattered void. They were able to devour the mysterious golden runes and instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was surprised. Golden light overflowed from his body again, and he punched out again. Du Xiaofu had controlled his punch to be at the peak of the great domain realm. He wanted to know how strong these divine soul-devouring ants were. He was surprised to find that the power of a peak great domain realm cultivation was not very effective against these divine soul-devouring ants at the great domain realm. These divine soul-devouring ants were as terrifying as the rumors said. Their defensive power was also extremely terrifying. The enormous energy contained in their small bodies made their defensive power very abnormal. Bang! For the second punch, Du Xiaofu did not hold back. He punched out violently and sent several divine soul-devouring ants flying. Woo-woo! The several divine soul-devouring ants at the great domain realm were sent flying. Their small bodies charged into the surrounding rocks like lightning, piercing through mountains and giant trees, leaving behind thumb-sized holes. However, the divine soul-devouring ants then pounced towards Du Xiaofu again amidst hissing sounds. They would not rest until they died. They were not afraid of death and would not give up. Bang 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 bang. Mo Tianxiao, the alluring woman, Mia Meng King, and Thunderhawk King also rapidly clashed with the divine soul-devouring ants. The divine soul-devouring ants that had retreated in the surroundings once again swept over in a dense swarm. The entire void was drowned in an endless sea of divine soul-devouring ants. The strange hissing sounds were ear-piercing and made one's heart tremble. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling green light soared into the sky from the void in front of them. A vast amount of energy of heaven and earth gathered in front of it, surging through the 9 heavens. Woo-woo! Sensing the commotion, the divine soul-devouring ants that blotted out the sky became even more agitated and fearless. They opened their ferocious mouths and tore at the void with their sharp fangs as they besieged Du Xiaofu's group of 5. There must be something up ahead that made these divine soul-devouring ants so violent. Du Xiaofu blasted a large number of divine soul-devouring ants flying once more as he gazed at the void ahead. The surging energy of heaven and earth was absolutely extraordinary, and there was a reason for it. Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, Mia Meng King, help me stop these divine soul-devouring ants. Show mercy. Suddenly Du Xiaofu spoke. His figure was covered in golden light as he instantly swept out, and he used the most overbearing and barbaric method to directly flash towards the source of the energy fluctuation. He wanted to investigate it. Even though these divine soul-devouring ants were terrifying, especially those at the major domain realm, they were even more difficult to deal with. If Du Xiaofu and the others encountered them in the past, they would absolutely be able to flee swiftly like Lian Qingrong. But now, with Du Xiaofu's cultivation and strength, even though these divine soul-devouring ants were terrifying, they were absolutely unable to stop him if he truly attacked. Du Xiaofu wasn't worried about Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King. Even though those divine soul-devouring ants at the major domain realm were terrifying, these divine soul-devouring ants would absolutely be unable to do anything to them after Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King had broken through again and were already at the Nirvana realm. With Mo Tianxiao's strength, Du Xiaofu was even less worried. On the contrary, Du Xiaofu was slightly worried that Mo Tianxiao would be merciless and kill those divine soul-devouring ants at the major domain realm. All right. As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, Mo Tianxiao nodded. Green light shook and swept away a large number of divine soul-devouring ants in the surroundings, but then he restrained his strength by quite a bit, as if he had understood Du Xiaofu's intentions from Du Xiaofu's words. Woo-woo. As Du Xiaofu's figure left, those divine soul-devouring ants at the major domain realm seemed to have been stimulated by something, and they immediately abandoned Mo Tianxiao, the beautiful woman, Thunderhawk King, and Mia Meng King and chased after Du Xiaofu in unison. Oh! Mo Tianxiao roared like a wolf, and green light erupted, instantly blocking a large number of divine soul-devouring ants. Block. Although Thunderhawk King and Mia Meng King didn't know what Du Xiaofu's intentions were, they didn't hesitate and rushed out together, erupting with earth-shattering lightning and blazing flames, sealing off the void and blocking all the divine soul-devouring ants. Woo 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 woo, the endless divine soul-devouring ants that blotted out the sky and covered the earth completely went berserk at this moment, and they completely disregarded everything to kill Mo Tianxiao and the others, wanting to chase after Du Xiaofu. The dozens of divine soul-devouring ants at the major domain realm even shouted savagely, "All of you will die, all of you will die." However, although these divine soul-devouring ants were attacking crazily, it definitely wouldn't be easy for them to deal with Mo Tianxiao, Thunderhawk King, and Mia Meng King. "Bastard, are you just going to leave me behind?" The beautiful woman cursed as she looked in the direction Du Xiaofu had left, but the divine soul-devouring ants around her were madly attacking, causing her beautiful face to turn pale. "Bastard," the alluring woman cursed loudly. Suddenly, a rainbow-like radiance burned on her curvaceous body like a divine flame, sending the surrounding soul-devouring divine ants flying. Then, her beautiful figure strangely disappeared into the void. The void ahead was dim, and Du Xiaofu's figure streaked across the void, traversing the ancient forest and rocks.